their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Police pouring into Canada's capital city, aiming to end a trucker-led protest of COVID restrictions as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau defends his use of emergency powers.
Prime Minister Trudeau at a parliament session told the chamber Canadians are not the focus of the Emergencies Act and its targeting of those financing the protests.
We see that roughly half of the funding that is flowing to the barricaders here is coming from the United States.
But Parliament opponents pointed fingers at Trudeau and his government.
What responsibility does the Prime Minister take for the inaction that made the Emergencies Act necessary?
Trudeau said the government has supported local police enforcement against the blockades from the start.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Several hundred trucks were still parked in Ottawa today, but blockades along U.S.-Canada border crossings have been dismantled. The Rams quarterback is getting sacked online for his reaction to an accident.
He may have won the Super Bowl for the first time Sunday, but Los Angeles Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford was not celebrated for what he did or didn't do at the Rams' victory celebration in Los Angeles Wednesday. Standing on the podium, Stafford was being photographed at close range when the photographer lost her step and fell backwards off the stage. Standing next to his wife, the Rams quarterback saw the accident, quickly turned around and said, "Oh my," as captured on video. Kelly Stafford's jaw dropped as she walked to offer assistance. The photographer, Kelly Smiley, who shoots for Crypto.com Arena, as well as the LA Kings and Anaheim Ducks, tweeted that she suffered a fractured spine. A GoFundMe page has been created by one of her friends called Help Kelly Get Back on Her Feet. Matthew Stafford has been widely criticized for his reaction. Jared Max, Fox News.
And so far, Stafford has not responded to requests for comment. As stocks head south, oil prices also sliding down more than 2%, back under $92 a barrel. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day, this is Congressman Nicholas. While local COVID-19 testings unfortunately become less available lately, there are 4 free at-home federally available COVID tests that you can have to test yourselves and your families as needed. Please contact your congressional office at 671-475-6453 or at michael.snicholas@mail.house.gov to find out how we can help you access those tests.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Anna Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. With no government finance officials around to answer questions, the legislature has continued a hearing on a bill that would address a new round of war claims funding. Bill 220 was proposed to give $150 million to pay these war claims, have to be funded with revenues from the business privilege tax and $75 million from the Section 30 money deposited into the War Claims Fund. The bill would address claimants who missed the filing deadline for the Federal Guam World War II Loyalty Recognition Act, and it would also extend the eligibility for claimants regardless of their date of death. Appropriations Chair Senator Joe San Augustine moved the hearing until next month because there was no official from the government to answer their questions. A multi-million-dollar development plan for the Harmon Cliff Line near Two Lovers Point may have won the approval of the Municipal Planning Council, but a group of residents aren't too pleased and staged a protest yesterday at the ITC intersection. The group of residents opposing the hotel and residential project known as the Vista Del Mar. As reported in the Guam Daily Post, a variety of concerns were raised, including environmental concerns. The planned development awaits the approval of the Guam Land Use Commission and mayors from surrounding villages. Vista Del Mar's proposed construction will be completed in 3 phases and could cost around $680 million. It includes a 2-level, 796-room hotel, along with a water park and other features. The Phase 2 would be a 288-unit condo, and Phase 3 would be a modern subdivision consisting of 50 single-family dwellings. Japan Airlines has extended its suspension of its Narita Guam flight service even further, now looking at the end of May as its return date. The airline had looked at resuming their route on March 26. However, the announcement yesterday came that it would be pushed back even further. We'll have more news right after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The trial at the Superior Court continues with the prime suspect taking the stand yesterday with riveting testimony. Joiner Scott Sked claiming that she had nothing to do with the murder of the former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Sked was arrested along with her boyfriend Rudy Kanata in connection with the death. And yesterday, the mother of 4 gave emotional testimony, recalling the final moments that she last saw Sanchez alive. The defense will continue today. And 2 teens were arrested yesterday after being accused of robbing a gas station up in Jigo at Knife Point. They took off with some cash, tobacco products, and about $450 worth of beer. The teens ages 17 and 19 were each charged with 2nd and 3rd degree robbery, both with the special allegations of a deadly weapon and the commission of a felony and theft of property. And from the JIC report this morning, there were 45 people in the hospital. 2 of them are children, and 6 in intensive care. 2 individuals are on a ventilator. It also points out that there are 394 new cases of COVID-19 out of 1,185 people who were tested the day before yesterday. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Let me get some sunrise images up on the screen here. No Frowny Friday sunrise pictures from, that is Sarita's house over on her side of the island, and the great-looking colors that we've got there. It was a little bit dark. Let me go back to this one here where we can make out a little bit more of what the sky is looking like here. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 86 degrees. East-northeast winds 8 to 16 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 21 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. East-northeast winds up to 15 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 20 miles an hour for tomorrow. Partly sunny in the forecast. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow night. But by Sunday, are you ready for this now? If you're trying to figure out how we're going to cap off the weekend, go find some sun. Go find some sand. Go find some bikinis. Go just get out there and enjoy mostly sunny skies on Sundays. Highs near 85 degrees. Winds only up to about 18 miles an hour. We will have some gusts to about 24 miles an hour, but you can deal with all of that. Just means it's going to be a breezy weekend. Heat index today is going to make it feel like 90 degrees. Sunrise this morning. Still not till 6:43, so you got time to get out there, grab a cup of coffee, and go find your beautiful sunrise like Sarita did. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:27. Hashtag tell the others. We're going to be watching sunset at the Fendenia Friday tonight down in at the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park. Epal Beach is going to be going off. Food trucks. John Ray Taito is going to be down there with the Carabao Dennis Larson has indicated to me on my Facebook page that he will be down there doing Dennis Larson. What is this? He sent me the picture. This obviously not right now, but he's going to be selling some of his 671B stuff, his honey, the bee honey, B-R-A-W, bee honey down at the Fandania Friday. So I definitely want you to check it out. We'll talk about that for a whole lot more here as our Friday morning continues on the Ray Gibson Show. So that's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
No, it can't be my turn yet. I'm in a celebratory mode here today. Do you realize why we should be celebrating? Real Joe?
Because we woke up. Right?
They were another day closer to God. Yes, it is. No, I'm looking at some interesting stories, headlines. The U.S. is now averaging 140,000 new COVID cases per day. That is a 64% drop. In the last couple of weeks, the pace of new infections is declining in every state, and even our own numbers over the last couple of days indicate to me that we might be heading downward on this thing. And one more day closer to Lou saying
downward dog.
The public health emergency is over. Portions of the program, all right, brought to you by our pals over at American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and also by the guys over at Wendy's. Now, there's breakfast time over at Wendy's. They got a great fried rice deal that you got there. Bunch of breakfast sandwiches. In fact, when you buy a breakfast sandwich, you get a free any size drink. Frosty Chinos. They got hot coffee. They got iced coffee. I mean, you can even get something off the soda fountain if you want to for absolutely free at Wendy's right now.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters.
Wake up those bees.
Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I'm sorry, it might take me a little bit longer to get started here this morning. I stayed up late last night watching the Olympics. I'm
really curling, Ray?
Yeah, I wanted to hear if it sounded as dumb as my head as I thought it might be. Yeah, no, I'm just messing around. I didn't stay up late watching. I've been rewatching Deadwood on HBO for the last couple of weeks and trying to get myself. I spent a lot of time watching the episode yesterday where Dan killed the captain and popped his eye out and everything.
Nice.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
I mean, that's got to be easily one of my favorite scenes in the entire thing. But anyway, that and a whole bunch of other stuff took place yesterday. I'll bore you with details a little bit later on. In the meantime, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. And why not? It's Friday. No frowny face Friday. Not necessarily the gayest shirt in the closet. It'll do. I mean, in a pinch. Maybe down in having 3-person parties down in Ematic. Maybe this would have been the thing. Just get things started.
One more button down, Ray. Please.
One more button down.
Yeah, it's Friday.
No, that's okay. At any rate, so we got that. As I said, no frowny face Friday, and not a whole lot in news by way of frowny stories. We'll get around to talking about headlines and more of that stuff. But big weekend coming up, as I said, Fandania Friday. We've been looking forward to this all week long, and finally, it's going to be happening at EPAL Beach. Get there I'd say get there early. I'd say like
noon might not be too early. Don't worry about parking. They've released a map, and it shows you got parking on both sides, Hilton side, PIC side, and then you park the cars, and then you go. The food trucks, as it were, going to be kind of on the grassy areas between the pavilions that they've got out there, the big one and the little pavilions. I think it's going to be a fantastic new way to enjoy EPAL Beach Park. Oh, but a lot of people show up. I hope a lot of people that were at the food truck thing last night. Aganya was kind of crowded last night with food truck. And isn't that where you got your car broke, your accident?
No, that happened earlier in the afternoon.
Real Joe got an accident, just like that guy in the Super Bowl that they were talking about on the Facebook. So what happened? Somebody dogging your car?
Oh, yeah, I got dogging out.
Well.
No, I wasn't dogging out.
But you weren't with the baby.
The red light.
You were by yourself.
No, I was on my way to get the baby.
Oh, okay. Well, there's good news there. The bad news is, and nobody is surprised to hear this, allegedly. I got to use that word. Allegedly, the driver that dogging your car was a distracted driver.
Oh, she said she wasn't paying attention.
On what was it? Facebook, Instagram.
I have no idea. I mean, I didn't even read her memoranda.
Was she actually filming a TikTok when she hit your car?
It's possible. And then I was just like, "Do you know who I am?" And she's like, "Sir, you're wearing a mask." So.
She called you
let
sir.
the cops do it
while you're driving. All right. So, Real Joe.
I'm glad you're okay.
Do we need to do a GoFundMe? Do we need to get you a?
I don't know, man. COVID almost got me there.
Almost.
Yeah.
But okay, so it's been a long time since I've been in an accident involving the police. Because normally, for me, it's just a hit and run.
Oh yeah.
But in this case, your world is going to be preoccupied over the next couple of weeks with here's the accident. The policeman got there, he's going to be and gave you a piece of paper.
5 working days.
5 working days.
Go to records. Wait in line.
Oh my God.
See the lady.
You want to borrow my driver's license? Borrow my driver's license over 55.
Inconvenience, right?
Yeah.
I work with you guys. I can handle anything.
Well, I know. But now you got to get parking over at records and ID.
Yeah.
And so all right.
Just park in the Gita stall.
I'll take my
Should I tell everybody? Just park up in Gita.
No, this is Mel's car with the trash bag in the back window. But so you got to go through that. You got to get the report, and then you give the report to the insurance company.
Yes, sir.
And they got to do all of the things.
Assessment. Yeah.
But now it wasn't your fault. I guess that's what the report's probably going to say.
I don't know. Maybe
so.
It was
now you got to wait out her getting a report, and then her working with her insurance company. If she had, did she look like she had insurance?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's a nice car.
Didn't look like.
She was a nice lady.
Okay.
I'm just glad she didn't get hurt.
I'm glad she didn't get. I'm glad everybody is
Look
okay.
at you being so.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
well,
He wasn't making that noise this morning when he was telling me that story. He's like, I know it's not a frowny face Friday, but man, the lady dogging my car.
And messed up his bike rack.
Oh my God.
She had 4 kids. Come on, man. I'm just guessing, though.
20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Mona Silva-Tyron in the studio this morning, and she's going to take care of all the big news and headlines that we've got in front of us.
I was even early today. I had no idea what time
it is moving fast. I mean, I sat down at my desk and started working through stuff, and then the next thing I know, I look at my watch, and it's 5:45 in the morning, and the next time I look at my watch, it's 5:55, and I still haven't even given Joe the card or anything like that. We're just like, time is moving fast.
I heard my music, and I was like, thanks for the warning, Joe.
Well, there we go. Anyway, so we got a bunch of big stories and stuff we'll take a look at. The Joyner Sked trial. Where's that bow chicka wow wow sound that we've got the sound effect for it. I swear this was playing in my head as I was reading both newspapers and their accounts. Although I got to tell you, the friskier version is in the Guam Daily Post. It looks like they took more of the testimony and loaded that up on. Why'd you stop the music? Is it short?
Yeah,
or
man.
You
My heart's beating fast.
You're okay now. Oh my God!
Skidding around town.
What an and then you got the whole rest of you. Just think the lifestyle of some people. You and I want to say we've got a regular-ish lifestyle. Wake up in the morning, come to work, do whatever it is that you do, and the rest of the day you got your exercise. I got my naps, hanging out at all kinds of places. But for some people, it's bumming rides from here to there. Somebody needs to take us to the gas station so that we can get some beer. Maybe we're going to go hang out later. later, and then we'll bum rides and go Agate, Umatic, and that whole kind of area there. So what lifestyle? What an interesting lifestyle, kind of nomadic, if you will. I mean, we see some of that. You see some of it, with the homeless people in the downtown Agate area, but I didn't realize that things like that were happening in villages all over Guam. 21 after 6 o'clock in the morning. More on that story and others as we make our way at a rather rapid pace through a Friday morning. Lots to get to, lots of items in the table of contents. But let's talk about some of these frisky people right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, look at what we got going here. Look at this. This is like a fight in between the boys. I got Rico B, who is sending me a screenshot of his Ray Gibson Show thing on the Facebook Live, which indicates that he is #1, followed by
Big
Mark
man.
Cruz. Now, Mark Cruz the other day sent me a screenshot that showed that he was #1. But as much as I'd like to use you and your technology for the countdown, there really can only be only one of the screens that gets looked at for me to count backwards, name backwards. Starting at #1, Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas from Family Finance.
Good morning, Auntie.
Nice to have you there. I got Sabine Chargaloff, Jerome McDonald, and Felix Bumba. Pretty Sarita Garin says, on the move on mobile. Already? Are you trying to get rid of the kid? Getting rid of the kids early on a Friday morning, huh? You drop them off at school early, and then you can go back to bed and sleep off Thirsty Thursday.
Is anyone at school already?
No one. Nah, it's all right. I'm sure the light's on. Don't worry about that. I got Colin Clark there, and there finally is Rico Blancaflor say, "Hoffa day, let's go Red Queen." Let me see. Felix Bumba and Cameron Mendiola. Buenas and Hoffa day to Kennedy Robinson watching the program. I see Nick Brolowski getting ready to grouch on some stuff. Cousin Troy Torres.
Hi, good morning, my favorite.
You don't have to do the whole thing. We can wait till he calls up on the thing. Dennis Larson is online talking about, Fendenia Friday, and he's going to be down there. John Ray Taitano, Alan Paraño S. is watching. Let me see. Margaret Estachio, MP Ogo. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Online here, bringing sunshine.
Morning, Governor.
Not just to the entire island here this morning, but also to Epal Beach Park here tonight. Where if it is going to be a big deal, it's going to be a huge success, and we can add that to the pile of successes, and maybe the most successful part of the entire Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration is just everything that Carl Gutierrez touches turns to gold, and I think that's going to be happening tonight as well. Let me see. Pat Saho's there. Chech Uggan. Good morning to Keena McCausland. Is the point on Monday President's Day?
That's Washington's birthday, Ray.
We don't have another holiday around here till April, right? To like Easter?
Yeah, Trump's birthday.
Good Friday, I think. No, wait. Somebody's, I don't know. I asked the managing partner. Oh, wait a second. I am the managing partner. What do you see, Joe?
Oh yeah, Good Friday.
Good Friday is the next actual
April
holiday.
15th.
So Kina, we are going to be working here today. Maganda Umaga, Sarah Lake is there. Anna Marie, Jules Tejano, Renee Lau saying Happy Vendenia Friday. See, he's in the spirit already as well. Pete Guerrero, buenas to Patty Cruz, Joanne Bilibay, and Ismael Velez online, and he's got the emoji. It's the purple devil emoji.
Ooh,
right?
The purple one.
Yeah, but then he's got the word Trudeau after
like
that.
The eggplant.
Like a sked. I'm going to turn that into an adjective here, bro.
Sked mark.
Anyway, something Trudeau is where he's headed at that. Mabuti naman kaibigan, says Sarah Lake. What are you laughing at? Yes?
The commentary on the other side.
Oh, okay. There's multiple commentaries going on. Gemma Bustamante is there. Honey, get the good stuff tonight at EPAL. Look for the big red one. Army Lynn is there. That's it. You can give us adult supervision. We just won't pay any attention because Army Lynn is here. Now, Lonnie Salas saying Happy Blessed Togetherness Friday. Good morning. Marla Carbazito. Greg Baznite is there. Buenas to John B. St. Nicholas. Joe Bamba. Tonduk Duk Sepsan. Ray Dakanayawa. Bonnie Datuin Gibson is watching the program here this morning. J.R. Rebenal, Eunice Mendiola, Joanne Fullerton hanging out. Sarah Lake says Ray is wearing his Hafa de Fendania Friday shirt. Actually, you know what? Somebody had mentioned the other day that they had noticed that I haven't worn a shirt with buttons and a collar in some time, and I will, because we're friends, family, if you will. I have to, I'm obligated to be completely and totally honest with you. And the truth of the matter is, I have been doing bachelor laundry. I've got, 5 or 6 or 7 pairs of pants that I wear 5 or 6 or 7 days a week, and wash the towels. Make sure the underwear and the socks are in there, just in case. I want to make sure if anything ever happens to me and in the ambulance, I got clean undies on, because Grandma said. And
I really don't think that they look at your underwear.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure of it.
They don't.
I'll bet you. No, I'll
I
bet
really
you.
don't think they check.
No, I know a bunch of guys. I know a bunch of first responders. I know a bunch of first responders.
Let's go check if Ray's wearing the whole.
Check his underwear.
Yeah. No, it's the old, it's the white tighty whities, right? White tighties. What has he evolved now into the pretty boy underwear that you can buy over at Tommy Hilfiger? Has he evolved yet to that? I don't know that there'll ever be any kind of that kind of evolution. But my point is I'm doing bachelor laundry, which means I'm only washing clothes that require hanging as they come out of the dryer. Right? Anything more sophisticated than that, i.e., open the ironing table, get out the iron and the spray and do all of that stuff.
No,
I gotta be in a certain mindset to do that.
I can't tell you the last time I ironed anything.
Yeah. Throw it in the dryer.
Well, I think especially for the last 2 years.
We got a funeral coming up, so we might actually have to break out the spray starch.
I'll buy something new right off the rack
and wear it in there. 6:28 in the morning. But I appreciate you noticing the black and white shirt. Raymond McGravy is watching the show. There's Heather Perez, Oliver Malakas, and Post Canteen. Reminder: VFW tonight after the Fendania Friday thing. Try to get up to VFW by about 7 o'clock. That's when they're going to be doing the Queen of Hearts drawing. $1,100 in the jackpot right now. They've added to it because they were going to do a special one on Valentine's Day / Super Bowl. Pick your your favorite, right? They were going to be doing that, and so they added to the jackpot, but nobody won it. So that means it's a little bit fatter here tonight. So 7 o'clock over at the VFW, and I feel bad. I forgot to mention it. Wednesday was the last day to put in your order for the T-bone steak barbecue. Sorry about that. We'll try to get it in a little bit earlier next month. Hoy, hoy, it's Friday. Let's get going with the fun stuff that is here on the point. Says Ton Duk Duk. Johnny Martinez is there. Let's go, Novak Djokovic. Hot dude, some guts and sense. Stand your ground. Have you been watching with this guy? I mean, the Australian Open, and so they went all the way through an Australian Open without the #1 tennis player in the world. And he was interviewed recently, and I didn't get the whole interview, but basically the gist of it is, I'm not doing any Opens. I'm not doing any Grand Slams. You want me to go to Wimbledon, and you've got a vax mandate? Well, I'm not going there either. He says, my scruples, my morals, my compass here is pointed at whatever Djokovic's true north is. And he's getting, those are the decisions that you make. But I got to say, every one of those tournaments that he is not going to be a part of, there's going to be a champion. There's going to be a champion, but he will have always been the #1 seed, and there will always be asterisks on those events because the #1 guy in the world wasn't there, and he knows that. Let me see. Pretty Lauren Michelle is online celebrating a birthday in the house. I think one of her daughters hit 16 or something like that.
Birthday.
Happy belated birthday. Dean Bates is there. Hey, Dean, hope I see you this weekend. Jeanette Suzuki and Perlita Delamar Garcia. The original Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, online. A little bit later on, we'll be talking about, they got fish sandwiches. I've already done the commercial for Lent. I've already done
it's coming.
Yeah, that was my notice that Lent was coming. Was I got a script from Burger King to do the spot for their fish sandwich. So obviously that's going to be coming up soon. When is Mana? That's interesting. When is Ash Wednesday? Is that next week? Oh.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Your sister didn't call you yet? We didn't get the call from the Archdiocese yet? Okay. Might want to at some point.
Wednesday, March 2nd.
Wow. Why is it so late?
I don't know.
COVID? Somebody's going to say, Ray, stop right there. You're embarrassing all of your Catholic ghost ancestors. Let me see. Colin Clark, can you feel some whiplash there? But anyway, I was going to tell you
it's always the 46th day before Easter.
Or is Easter 46 days after Good Friday?
Yeah, that's a Gregorian calendar.
Good Friday is 3 days
Gregorian.
Never mind. This is getting really, really bad for us there. Mike Grace, all of the Catholics in our family, all of our Catholic ancestors going back 150 years are doing this now, just rolling over in the grave. Lena McDaniel online, Auntie Bennett, Alfredo Mendoza, Jennifer Poe-Schnitger, Carl Meyer, Tattoo Shauna is already online here this morning. Good morning. Always good to see you there, Tattoo Shauna. Joe Dizon is there. Do you have any openings at all? I'm not asking for me. I'm just saying I know a couple of people. In fact, you know who I'm talking about that are jonesing now for the needle. It's been too long, COVID-19, and then you guys were closed. You couldn't do anything, and then you got back in, but you were like swamp with everybody. And there's folks coming in saying, I don't even need a good design. My design is going to be one of those characters from Saturday morning cartoons. Bugs Bunny, right? I mean, can you do a tattoo of the Tasmanian devil? I just need to feel the needles. Come on, hit me with the 1, hit me with the 4. Come on, that's all I'm looking for. Otherwise we're going to start seeing everybody running around. You need to make more holes in your schedule. Otherwise, we're going to start seeing more of these village pressu tattoos that everybody's doing. I can't get an appointment with with a good one. So, hey, Real Joe. You remember how to make them from prison?
I can do it, man.
I thought you might be able to.
On your knuckles.
Dale Audette's there. Gerald Young, Johnny Martinez, Mike Grace Plus is Tommy Pull My Finger. No, it's Tommy Hilfiger. The moon is calling, ready for transformation. A little bit bright out there these days. Hardly need the outside lights. Maria Duenas Perez is there. Mark Voigtland wishing us all half a day from the free zone. Brennan Fausto, Jigo Jarhead watching. Let's Go Freedom Noises. Rochelle Merrill is there. And Randy Landis is online here this morning. Might be some people also wondering, is it possible that I have gotten my Wordle in 3 today? I started with orate. It was my start word today. And now I'm feeling like that was a mistake because I've gotten another word in and it's still not where I want it to be. So just FYI, if you hadn't started the Wordle yet, do not use that as the start word unless you want an uphill battle. 6:33 in the morning. Oh, there's Annette Adda from she's in California right now. Hey, gorgeous. Say, loving the shirt. I'll send it to you when I'm done so you can iron it. 6:34 in the morning. What a day. 6:34 on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots to get to. As I said, the table of contents, it's foamy with stuff here. And I'm specifically using that wet word because I've noticed recently I've got a lot more totla when I talk, and I got to wipe my face all the time. It's people. It's Dennis Larson sending me pictures of all of these Ukrainian women that need rescuing. You know what? That's a stretch too far. Ukraine is off in that direction by what, a 9-10 hour airplane ride. What can we get out of Canada? Is the question, because that country is going to hell in a handbasket. There's got to be some Canadian women out there of a conservative stripe, freedom-loving stripe, that are saying, "Hey, this Trudeau thing isn't working out for me. I need to leave the country. Can I get a green card? Can I get a marriage visa? Are there available guys on Guam that wouldn't mind messing around, Kenyatta style? Sorry,
30-day fiance.
We've got a Kenyatta Guam, Canada. I mean, it all makes sense, doesn't it? 6:35, Montecillo Tyra now with a quick look at big news and headlines. What's the big deal?
Well, the JIC report has 394 new cases of COVID out of 1,185 specimens from the day before yesterday. 72 of those cases, they say, came from the Department of Defense. At the hospital, there were 46 admitted with 6 in intensive care. 2 of those individuals are on ventilators. Meanwhile, GVB is announcing that they will be having their Friday event at the Epau Beach beginning tonight at 5 p.m. It's the Fandania, which will bring together some of our local food trucks. They're inviting the public down to enjoy the festivities. Meanwhile, no government officials showed up to a hearing yesterday on a bill that would give money for war claimants who missed the initial deadline to file. Bill 220 will be postponed. That hearing on that bill will be postponed until later in March, and hopefully get some government participation in that hearing. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Oh, isn't that nice? So Sarita is supposed to be dropping the kids off at school or whatever, doing the start to the day, but has decided instead that she needed to get some, sunset therapy later in the day, but moonset therapy right about now over at the Generations statue over at Adelup. And so she pulled in and maybe giving the kids a little bit of a lesson, not just in the great Generations theory story here about the matrilineal society that we have here on Guam. But look at that. You get the moon going down. You got the light rippling off the water there on that side of the island. And here's a great shot of the moon. She says the moon is calling her.
Oh, Sarita.
And later on, she'll go vampire. I'm sorry, she'll go werewolf on us. Wait a second? Sarita Guerin is a werewolf. Can you not see it? Little cute, like little doggy ears sticking out of the top. You work on that fantasy at 6:37 in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
Half a day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Make the noise, Joe. Come on, you can do it. Let me see here. 6:38 in the morning. So Mike San Nicolas, federal funds. Okay,
thanks, Mike.
I appreciate that reframing, because otherwise, all you see is a full-page ads and there's Lou and Josh. But here it is obviously that money didn't come from Lou and Josh. It through them, but it's actual federal money. Who'd have thought? 6:38 in the morning. All right, let's take a look at what's happening on your roadways at this time here. Is there anything going on at Anderson Air Force Base? No. Smooth run it. Hold on a second. I'm getting a note here to reload. Yeah, sorry, I have to do this together. But I do want to make sure that everybody can see what's going on. All right, let me click on the thing where it says traffic. All right, good to go. Get back in the pictures now. Southbound Marine Corps Drive up in Dededo and Jigo. Nothing happening right now. A little bit of intersection traffic. Starting to busy up by Ukadu, intersection of 1 and 3. And then we've got the intersection of over by Harmon Loop Road. Expect some delays as you're making your way through there. Otherwise, 8, 10, and 16 running fairly clear right now. 10 and 15, that's a total go zone right now. And then Route 4 into the downtown Agutnia area, nothing major through there. A little bit of traffic getting into the downtown Agutnia area, and look at how little there is going on at Naval Base Guam. Good time to get to work right now, or maybe run into the exchange and buy me dog food. Oh wait, I don't have a dog. How about a barbecue grill? What do they have there? I want one of those good ones, right? Hey, you know what I want? Yeti. Do they have Yetis? Yeah, I know they do. Have you seen, there's a new one, though. I've started to see this, and I can't say it on the radio, but I can spell the name of it. SHETTIs. Have you seen those coolers?
Yes.
They're awesome. They're awesome. I was this close. I can't say anything about how lousy finances might be, or how bad COVID-19 has hit me in the bank accounts and whatever. Because I'm sitting there thumbing through Amazon yesterday, going, yeah, I could use one of these. Dude, it's red, white, and blue, and it's insulated. And it's got backpack. And the other thing is it has It has little cutout shapes on it for you to stick Velcro-like stickers on and totally customize the thing.
Yeah,
and it's, I'd get one, American flag, Guam flag. I'd get one that says COVID Survivor, and then get one that says I'm in Survivor. I'd be one of those kind of things. I've survived the 4 years of the administration. Anyway, be on the lookout for all of that. And then, of course, there's the guys, and I love these guys. I went on a boat cruise with one of them not that long ago, and the guy shows up with just one of these like $14 Coleman coolers, right? The one is just a handle, which is also the lock, right? And but he spray painted Yeti on it.
Nice.
That's just as long as you got the words in the right place, maybe a little bit of a logo, that'd be a good thing. 19 away from 7 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
642, new car weekend. New car weekend. Let me just tempt you here. New car weekend. Rogue, lots of seats. Rogue Sport, take you off-road. Take you to some of the hard spots. Be nice. And we got great prices for you. 2021 prices. You take a look at the thing. You decide which color you want, and then you start putting your deal together. 0% APR for the life of the loan. Or, Brian, the guys over at Nissan will take care of the first 3 payments. And if you've got better credit than I've got, you probably get in there and get inside that new Rogue Sport without having to worry about a down payment. Don't have to leave anything in trade. I mean, you can if you want to. They're buying up used cars like you wouldn't believe, but you don't need to. With your good credit, you could get that car, no down payment, sign the papers. You could be driving that around. You could be driving it to Fendenia Friday tonight. Believe it or not, check it out today at NissanGuam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:43 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, Friday, and listen, I hate to start off the program with this, but be careful. This crazy crime that is rampant out there. Real Joe sent me a thing. What is this? What did you send me, Real Joe?
I did. I sent you
the
that,
thing
man?
from the Guam Daily Post. Got your name on it. Anyways, the story from the Guam Daily Post, and there might be some video on this. I'll play some of the video. I don't know if there's any audio that plays with it, but basically it's some guy that has been caught on home surveillance cameras just kind of walking around. Hey, look, it's somebody's house. A driveway. Why don't I go? As a courtesy, I'm going to check and see if their car is unlocked, just to walk around and see what's going on. And so here comes Sadud. Did you happen to see what time that was, Real Joe?
No, I didn't.
No,
man.
Just kind of. Hey.
Yeah, they sent it to me, and then I sent it to you.
So I just passing through.
Yeah.
Maybe you got bananas? I was looking for bananas. There was one a couple of years ago where the phrase that pays was, "Oh, I was looking for old batteries. I want to sell the old batteries. So I'm gonna see if you have old batteries here, and I'll take it off your hands, and I'll go sell the thing and whatever." So not the most exciting video in the world. Oh, there he is. There he is. Hey, handsome. How you doing? Not even worried about the cameras. Not wearing a mask or anything like that.
Man? Did he hand sanitize?
I don't know. It looks like otherwise he might be living up to the COVID-19 mitigation efforts that are going on. Robert Hoffman and others looking for this fellow, although Robert says that everybody he's talking to doesn't believe that he might be from the village. Interesting pictures of guys, like I said, got nothing better to do. Got nothing better to do. Then you've got the ones that just kind of walk up and down the village streets here with like, I got no job, I got nothing else to take care of, I got no other obligations or responsibilities. And then I get this up on the screen. I don't know what the audio is going to sound like on this. This is the guy video that is shot by the guy in our MTM village chat, and one of the things he likes to do is he likes to go strolling in the middle of the night and likes to go on patrol, and so he's on patrol and passes by. I forget where exactly in the village this is, but he's about to roll up on what has got to be. No other way to describe this. You remember the stray dogs thing in Teedson? We had a bunch of stray kids out in the middle of the night, just kind of hanging out. Just what's going on? Is there this a weeknight? It's like Wednesday night or something like that, and you just got a bunch of people that are out after hours doing all of this stuff. Loitering, I think, might be the appropriate word to use here. And so they go from there, and unfortunately they're going to loiter there for a while. Somebody's going to say, "Hey, let's go by the gas station, see if they'll sell us beer." Or somebody's going to go up there and buy a pack of gum, and while they're buying a pack of gum and the cash register is distracted, somebody else is going to go in there and in the refrigerator and lift some beer. Right? That's one of the ways. And then after that, who knows what's going on? Everybody, it just seems to be, even in your own home these days, has to be in condition orange. And if you've just about had it with that, reminder: stand your ground. Go see Mike Tomorowski about some interesting hardware that he has. Maybe I'll talk with Ray Lanetta. Has been bugging me about these high-powered like pellet guns that he's got, and I think this may be the precursor to a headline, but he's talking about going in there and maybe mixing it up with some wild pigs, see what he can do with these with this high-powered gizmo that he's got that requires no license.
Yeah, I've seen it, man.
That requires no license, FYI. I might see if I can get some of those pictures up on the screen. Anyway, 6:47 in the morning, Friday morning, lots going on. Hope you have a lot of great plans for the weekend. Weather report looks like it is going to support grill marks, at least on Sunday. Looks like it's going to be a grill marks day, so you may definitely see me beaching it starting tonight over at the Fandania and ending up somewhere where it's sandy and breezy on Sunday. By all means, join me. Table of contents today, though, on the actual news. When we get to it, today's theme is Fandania Friday, and that's in deference to tonight's activity. It was going to be, I was this close to making our theme today Massive Surge, because I know a guy I actually know a couple of guys named Surge, and because I was going to spell it that way, I was going to spell it massive and then surge like their names are spelled. And I thought, well, I don't know, I might embarrass them a little bit, but hey. Romeo Miranda would make a great T-shirt for you. Can you imagine the artwork? Hey, Massive Surge. And you can say that's the language that we're getting from public health and social services. Language that they have used now to gently tell us that now is not the time to be relaxing any of the mitigations and the mandates and the rules and regulations about gathering with COVID-19. It's not time to do any of that because we're in the middle of a massive surge. But watch as the numbers go down, and this is going to be the fun part. Watch as the numbers go down to what they were as we were watching the Delta, right? Watch them. It's going to flatline here soon. We will see the number of positive tests collapse. We are going to see the number of hospitalizations collapse. We're probably going to see the number of deaths also begin to decline as fewer and fewer people get all of this. But we will inch our way. That's the language. Fauci said that last night. He said it's time for us to start inching to normalcy. And I'm sure that there are people over at the governor's office, people at public health going, oh, I like that. A little inch towards it. That means we don't have to, February, March, April, May, June, summertime, whatever. Just as long as we get out from this, and I'm sure there's polling. I don't know who's doing the research, but I'm sure that there is some polling out there from among certainly the Democrats. Democrat majority over at the legislature, and maybe among the Democrats over at Adelup, saying, okay, how much longer can we do this and still expect that the majority of people will vote for us? Yeah, because there's got to be one of those crossover lines, right, where people are ticked off, and then they go, screw that, I'm never voting for her or Josh ever again. So you got that line moving in one direction, but you've got another line that says if we begin to ease off on some of the restrictions, ease off on some of the mandates, and at some point we'll figure out where that is on a calendar. Have they done that yet? Maybe they have. I don't know. 10 away from the top of the hour. You get that one there. As I said, we've got the Joyner Sked trial and very, very interesting testimony. I was surprised that she took the stand. You know, I don't know that you absolutely have to do something like that, but I was surprised when they called her to the stand and she said okay and then began to tell that story. But it looks like she's trying to pin everything on Rudy, right? So maybe that was the smart move. Here's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And Rudy's a bad guy when he's drunk and he's mad, and this is what happened in the case. But how did you get from just kind of walking around the village looking for beer into a situation where things were getting intimate among the three of you, and then she heard a bang? That was it? Just all the bang? A very, very interesting story. It will be fun to watch and see what else we learn about this particular trio on that particular night. Watch and see how that goes. I got a call yesterday. Again, let me just jump back into COVID because I just realized I wrote it down. I got a call yesterday. From a friend. He may call in a little bit later on and put some more flesh on the bone here of the conversation. He called me and says, I got a weird thing. There's a family, and one of the kids in the family comes down positive for COVID-19. I said, okay. Well, and then what happened? He says, well, there are other kids in the family, and they said, well, they can't go back to school until they get tested for COVID-19. Right? Makes sense. But guess who we're not testing? They have no symptoms.
Oh, yeah.
They've got no symptoms.
Right.
And even though there might be a close contact, the word that they are getting at the testing places is, no, we can't test you here. You don't have any symptoms. And they just go to the clinic. And wait, go to the clinic. That might be $200 a head. No, we're not going to be doing that. So the answer is these kids are going to be staying home because of this weird kind of loophole that we've got in the system between the Department of Education and the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Now, I'm curious in my head, whose neck do we get to grab on that one, Mana? Does that sound like a misunderstanding of a grand scale over at the Department of Education, or are the rules on unvaccinated, I'm sorry, not unvaccinated, but asymptomatic kids in testing, do those need to be relaxed a little bit so that they can get tested under, the free testing deal?
It's probably why Fernando mentioned that they're hoping that people do the honor system, right?
Yeah.
Follow the honor system because they're probably feigning some sort of illness or symptom in order to get that free test.
Right. Yeah.
And it's in order to meet these government mandates that they put in place and refuse to
relax.
Anybody
can say, I've got a headache. Anybody can say, I've got body aches and chills, and I had a temperature last night. I'm back under 100, but give me the test. On the other hand, you've got a bunch of kids that can't go to school because they can't get a free test, don't want to pay for the regular test. There aren't that many options around here. So, I mean, it kind of puts them in a weird and delicate situation.
And you imagine that they would want the rapid test because they want to go right back to school, which would cost even more. It's like $280 is what I heard.
Ew. Yeah. Per head. And as I understand it, there's more than one or two kids that have been told they can't come back to school until they test negative because one of the other kids is positive. Strange situation, but that's where we find ourselves these days in the winding days, if you will, of COVID-19.
But wait, aren't they testing at the school? Didn't they, when they ran out of tests? I remember the story said that DOE offered some of their supply to help
Put the girl. Get
Put
the
girl on the line.
Yeah, well, you don't have to get her on the line right now. I'm just saying, at some point down the road, it might be worthwhile as well because they've got some new medications apparently that came out. This is a little bit later on. We'll talk to Dr. George Macris and find out about all of these things. COVID-19 treatments available on Guam as of yesterday. Sotrovimab, a monoclonal antibody infusion for treatment of non-hospitalized patients with symptomatic COVID-19 who do not require supplemental oxygen, and are at high risk for progressive to severe COVID-19. Let me see if there's any requirements there on ages or comorbidities. Then there's Paxlovid, an oral antiviral tablet. I guess this is the COVID pill that everybody was talking about. There's Molnupiravir, monoclonal antibody capsules for the treatment of mid to moderate COVID-19 in adults with positive results who are at high risk for progressing to severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death. And then there's Evusheld, monoclonal antibody infusion for emergency use as a pre-exposure prophylaxis for prevention of COVID-19 in adults and pediatric individuals. Interesting. Prophylaxis. That means they're trying to get it so you identify that you might be in a situation where you might be able to get it. So let me take this pill and see if we can head that off at the pass. Now, I guess all of these, in addition to the vaccines, are supposed to make you, bulletproof like Superman. I don't know, give you that rubber suit like Batman. So COVID-19, in fact, nothing is going to be able to get you with that. 6:55 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. I got to say how delighted I am, because it looks like there's somebody else in the game here. Now, I've played bingo in my life. I have organized bingo on television a couple of times in my life, and had a great time every time I did. You used to do a Wednesday night bingo show on TV, which was crazy fun.
I remember.
But in order to get to a point where I could do that television show with credibility among the thousands of bingo players on Guam, I obviously had to go to a couple of bingo parlors and actually see how they did it, see what was going on. You pay to get in, you get your cards, and then you sit down, and somebody calls out the numbers. Not as exciting, fast-paced and show-busy as you have on television, but, you get some mark on a card at some point. And so I've kind of always tried to pay a little bit of attention to what goes on in that entertainment arena that we have here. And did you know that there is a new bingo place on Guam?
I did.
You did.
I have a mom.
You've been
a bingo gangster mom.
I got a bingo gangster mom. I got a bingo gangster auntie out there that's saying, okay, we're going to try out the bingo time at Freedom Park. And some of you are listening going, Freedom Park? We'll turn it up. What is Leonard Skinner tune's going to be all over the place at Freedom Park. Freedom Park is what is known to many as Guam Greyhound Park. Yeah. And so bingo time is going to be there. Soft openings tonight. By way of congratulating all of the guys that are involved in that. I'm sure it's the guy many years ago that tried to get legalized casino gaming on Guam.
I forget his name.
Bridge Capital was the name of the outfit, and then whoever else they're working with over at the Freedom Park, including Johnny Gerber's Pacific War Museum, which is going to be moving from where they're at over in Adelup over to that place before too much longer. Could be a big attraction for tourists as those numbers begin to improve for Guam. $20,000 giveaway in the Legacy jackpot. G-Ball Blackout, $5,000. Patriot Star. These are all versions of games. If you're going, what do you mean Blackout, Patriot Star? What are those? It's all patterns on the card. They call it a blackout because you got to cover up all of the spaces. So it's $5,000 to the first person that can do that. Letter X. Do I need to explain the letter X? No? Okay, good. $3,000 if you get that. And they got a bunch of different ways to play machine buy-ins. You can buy the old school with paper packages and a bunch of value deals as well. I'm very, very interested to see what happens with all of this, because it's a kind of exciting, when you start thinking about, because there is no real gambling here on Guam, and we got those guys with the Animal Wellness Group that they're doing everything they can to eliminate cockfighting here on Guam. So what's that going to leave people with? That's right, bingo. And bingo can be a big money enterprise. So watch out and see how they do, and check out your friends and family and see what they've got to say about Freedom. What is it? What I call Freedom Camp, Freedom Town, Freedom Bingo Time over at the Freedom Park. 6:59 and change. We'll get around to taking a look at what's going on. Where is James Howard? That is an interesting question. James Howard, the moderator, most of the time on the YouTube side. I had to give that job to a Lupang Guam, who's kind of freaked out because of the pressure of being the moderator on the YouTube conversations. But I'm sure he's able to make it through. But I haven't seen James Howard out there. Who's your big daddy online? I got Lupang and Rico hanging out over there. And what's that? Vendors only allowed on Fridays. Guys and gals after Friday night, they got to clear out. He wants to make it so that they ought to be able to do that all the time. We'll plunge into that conversation in the next hour of the program. Depending on who else we get to talk to, I think Dennis Larson is going to be checking in before long, letting us know about Ross 671 honey over at the Fendania. In the meantime, it's 7. Here's Fox News.
Pins and needles in the markets. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Dow down more than 600 points at the close. Oil and natural gas prices also dropping amid heightened fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Russia says it's drawing down those forces. We do not see that happening on the ground.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the UN earlier today, while in Moscow, the number 2 U.S. diplomat behind the ambassador was expelled by Russia.
White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the expulsion was unprovoked.
Now more than ever, it is critical that our countries have the necessary diplomatic personnel in place to facilitate communication between our governments.
She said the U.S. remains committed to diplomacy. Russia has provided no details of why Bart Gorman was ordered to leave.
Fox's Simon Owen. A judge in New York just ruling that former President Trump has to answer questions under oath in a civil probe of his business practices. Defense attorneys argued conflicts with a parallel criminal investigation that's underway. An appeal is possible. A mixture of grief and anger at the funeral for a Minneapolis man shot and killed by police.
Amir Locke was eulogized by family members still grieving his loss and still angered by the manner in which he died. Locke was shot by SWAT team members serving what's been called a no-knock warrant. Locke was not being sought, but was shot with a gun in his hand as officers entered. Locke's aunt, Linda Tyler, condemned the tactic.
No-knock warrants have taken more lives than they have saved. And usually those lives are people of color.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has come under some scrutiny for allowing the use of such warrants. Governor Tim Walz, who has called for limits on their use, was in attendance.
Fox's Gernal Scott. After the shooting, Mayor Frey did order a moratorium on no-knock warrants while the city re-examines its policy. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Congressman Nicholas. While local COVID-19 testing has unfortunately become less available lately, there are 4 free at-home federally available COVID tests that you can have to test yourselves and your families as needed. Please contact your congressional office at 671-475-6453 or at michael.snicholas@mail.house.gov to find out how we can help you access those tests.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Hafide, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Reports of sexual assaults are up at U.S. military academies, more than 130 in the 2020-2021 academic year, the Associated Press reporting higher than the pre-pandemic year ending in 2019.
It isn't clear if assaults are actually increasing or if efforts to encourage victims to come forward are behind the numbers. Earlier this year, President Biden signed an order making sexual harassment its own crime in the Uniformed Code of Military Justice. And the recently passed National Defense Authorization Act takes prosecutorial decisions regarding sexual assault cases out of the hands of military commanders and puts them into the newly created Office of Special Trial Counsel. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Another state takes a step toward limiting the number of abortions as the Florida House passes a so-called heartbeat bill.
The proposed law would prohibit medically or surgically terminating a pregnancy after 15 weeks of gestation. It passed roughly along party lines. The bill allows for an exception requiring 2 doctors attesting to fatal risks to the mother or the baby, but not one for cases of rape or incest. The bill resembles a similar Mississippi law currently under review by federal courts.
Fox's Eben Brown. The Florida bill still needs state Senate approval. Avocado lovers may have to shell out more soon.
Consumers may soon see a spike in the price of guacamole and other foods which call for avocado because of the U.S. halt to importing them from Mexico. Till U.S. inspectors' safety can be assured. Many out-of-work avocado pickers in Michoacan, Mexico are already suffering, but U.S. consumers may not feel the pinch fresh for a week or so because fruit that's already been inspected can be shipped.
Fox's Lillian Wu, companies that import avocados could look to other countries for supply, but right now Mexico supplies 80% of the avocados in the U.S. Recapping Wall Street, the Dow down 622, the S&P and the NASDAQ more than 2% at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with the fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, nizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacks high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the piquant chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 7 bills are on the agenda for session, which is scheduled for this afternoon at the legislature. Of those bills, one by Senator Jim Moylan and Tony Atta, that would update the laws dealing with the derelict buildings. As you know, the Department of Public Works has been working to identify the derelict buildings throughout the island and tear down most of them. Bill 151 would modernize the process and penalties in association with the unsafe structures. Another bill up for session is Bill 202 by Senator Barry Torres that would increase the gross threshold for limited exemptions on business privilege taxes for certain small businesses. And then another bill by Senator Chris Duenas that would rename Route 3 after the late Guam Congressman and Marine Brigadier General Ben Blas, calling it the Ben Blas Memorial Highway. Session is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. 394 new cases of COVID-19 reported in this morning's JIC report. That's out of 1,185 people who were tested on Wednesday. The JIC report says 72 of those new cases came from the Department of Defense. Over at the hospital, 46 people have been admitted with COVID-19, with 6 in intensive care, 2 on ventilators. From the Superior Court, the trial continues for the suspect, one of the suspects arrested in connection with the murder of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. Yesterday, the defense brought to the stand Joyner Sked, who was one of the arrestees in that case. Sked contends that she is innocent. She was arrested along with her boyfriend, Rudy Kanata, in connection with the death. Sked does point the finger at Kanata, saying that he was the one that killed the former mayor. The defense will continue today at the Superior Court. Well, more news right after this.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
A 58-year-old man was arrested after a girl accused him of raping her since she was about 5 or 6 years old. The girl, who's now 12, alleges that Jimmy Leonguro Tapasnia sexually assaulted her, but only reported the incidents to adults at her school. When she found out that the man was moving into a residence near her home, Tapasnia has been charged with criminal sexual conduct. Guam Customs and Quarantine will soon be able to pick up 4 new drug detector dogs now that the Attorney General's office has committed up to $60,000. Customs has been working for the last couple of years trying to secure the vendors for the training and the purchase of these dogs. They recently identified an animal transport charter flight to transport the detection dogs from Florida to Guam, along with the funding assistance coming from the AG's office. There's no word on any charges or arrests, but federal investigators were able to stop 13 grams of ice. The drugs, as reported in the Guam Daily Post, found inside an envelope that was sent from California addressed to a home in Sinahanya. A search warrant executed on the envelope on January 13th resulted in authorities finding 13 grams of methamphetamine, along with a magazine paper, carbon paper, and dryer sheet in a vacuum seal bag, according to the court documents. The envelope was mailed from an address in Spring Valley, California. And depending on the turnout, it could be a regular event, but the first Fandanya will be held tonight at the Ipaw Beach Park in Tumon, with a number of food trucks being featured. The event is for the entire community to enjoy. It also includes a special attraction from John Ray Uggan. Fandanya Friday is a free, family-friendly event. Several events, trash receptacles will be positioned, and there will be security. They are asking individuals to park on the Proa side of the Tumon Beach Park, as the other side over by the Hilton Hotel is going to be reserved for emergency vehicles. And those are your top stories. Oh, it starts at 5 o'clock.
Right. So, and you were talking about John Ray Titano is going to be down there.
John Ray Uggan.
Uggan.
Yeah.
Going to have the Carabaos down
Carabao.
there. Is that Dennis on one?
Yes, honey.
Stop that. Don't look at me when you say honey. It freaks me out. 7:11 in the morning, Dennis Larson, our B-man, is going to be online here this morning and selling honey for the vets. Good morning, Dennis. How you doing?
Good, Ray. Half a day, Guam. How's everybody today?
So far, so good. It's a Frisky Friday, kind of Fandanya Friday. Lots going on here today, and a great way to kick off the weekend. So you're going to be coming down from the farm and bringing over some of that honey, right?
That's right. We got into one of the boxes, actually 3 of them yesterday. There's so much honey that the bees have filled the lids of the boxes up. So
wow.
We got a bunch of honey and sat down. A special friend came over yesterday afternoon, Lisa, and gave me a hand, and we bottled it all up. And we'll bring it down tonight. We set up down there about 4 o'clock. Find a little place for the truck. Look for the big red one, the big dancing guy in the sky. That's where the honey will be.
The dancing guy in the sky. I like the iteration there. Here now, you need cash, checks, credit card. How do people pay for it? Cash. All right. Money, folding money will work. And now I got a picture on the screen that you sent to me. It looks like last night's picture. And you're right. It's one of the frames coming out of the bee house. And it is filled right to the top. There's hardly any spare space for the bees to move around in.
Yeah, so we get, once actually this time of the year, by the way, the dry season, is the honey flow. So we have a lot of honey being made by the bees. Are out there flying around in the nice weather and bringing a lot of nectar in. So, we always get harvests this time of the year. This will be the first harvest of 2022. But, recently we've been, talking about this, the honey bill that Clint brought up. And, it basically just is adding a couple of things. The honeybee farmers on Guam, have always just kind of been, hobbyists and so forth. But there are a few serious, bee farmers on Guam. Paul Packabeer, myself. I could go on. There's a bunch. But, the product is safe. The Guam bees make it. They store it. We harvest it. We filter it to keep the wax out of it, and then we bottle it. Honey is it's very, very resistant to any bacteria or anything. So it's very, very, very safe, actually.
Was there somebody that came and complained about it?
Well, there was a conversation about public health raising concern about botulism, and I was really shocked at that comment. I was like, these guys are really reaching.
Yeah, Monty, you're absolutely right. They're really reaching, and I think it's one in just about every 5 million for botulism, and it's only in children under a year old. Now, I always tell people, don't feed this to kids, but anybody who's worth their weight in salt as far as parenting goes, you don't give honey to kids under a year old because their digestive system cannot handle it. So that's simple. That's it. And, I would like for anybody to actually quote or cite a single case of botulism on Guam due to honey. I think that's overreaching. I think that's kind of smearing it. And, it just let the farmers do their thing. Does Mr. Lustig have to have each piece of corn inspected and has stamp put on there by public health? This bill is designed to help the farmers get the product from the farm to the table to the public as fresh as possible in a timely manner. There's no problem with the honey on Guam.
Well, I appreciate them getting out in front of the job and just reminding people that there could be issues with infants and honey. But on the other hand, it feels like maybe it's been 2 years of overreaching and over authority of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So in this case, we're going to agree on try to stand on the side of these entrepreneurs and people out there that are hobbyists that have an opportunity to make some money off of Mother Nature and selling the bee and other bee-derived products that you can get. There's wax out there that you can do things with, and you've got a buddy that has been making the mead with the honey, and I think there's a great opportunity. That honey wine was absolutely terrific, and I shared some of that with a bunch of friends of mine, and the question was, I want my own bottle. So will there be any of those bottles available tonight as souvenirs?
Well, I might bring one down there for you, Ray. But we're still in the process. Jeff is on the ball getting the mead. We've got actually three more batches going. 2 more batches going here for sure. So it'll be bottled soon. It takes 6 months for that stuff to brew. So.
Yeah. Well, the good stuff always takes time. 7:16 in the morning. Dennis, it's a thrill talking with you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tonight with Viv and the rest of the crew out at the Fendania.
Come down and get some fresh raw 6-in-1 honey.
You know it, buddy. You know it. I'll see you soon. Dennis Larson, the B-Man. You want information on him? A bunch of different ways that you can find him on Facebook. If you really get desperate and you just can't, for whatever reason, figure out how the Google works, then call me and I'll hand off some contact information. Before we do anything else, let me finish up with the weather here. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point on the way. The weather forecast for today: mostly sunny, highs near 86 degrees, east-northeast winds 8 to 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21 miles an hour. So it'll be breezy this afternoon. Sun's going to go down at 6:27 on the Fendania, but mostly cloudy. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees and some 15 to 20 mile an hour breezes will keep us company tonight. Only a forecast for isolated showers. They say maybe a 20% chance of rain, so only bring about 20% of your umbrella with you. Into the weekend, partly sunny tomorrow, highs near 85 degrees, partly cloudy tomorrow night, mostly sunny on Sunday. So I'm saying we got a lot of opportunities over the next couple of days to get some grill marks in there, enjoy some sand and sun and some groovy people all over the edges of Guam. So take advantage of it. Sunset tonight, like I said, 6:27, hashtag tell the others. It's 7:17 on the point.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Portions of the program now being brought to the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and KFC, where the home of the best Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich on Guam. You're going to love this. A quarter pound of double-breaded extra crispy chicken on top of crinkle-cut pickles. We've got a bunch of different ways that you can sauce that up. I like to ask for the zinger sauce, but they've got this new Denancy that they're infusing into the mayo, so you might want to try some of that with your sandwiches as well. Twisters with red rice in it. Hey, it's innovation time over at KFC. And people listening off island in Sofia, Bulgaria, or Windsor, Ontario are going, wait a second, can I go to the KFC here and get red rice with mine? Only on Guam and only at KFC.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Gibson Show. In kind of the businessy end of it, we'll take a look at what happened on the markets and talk to you and Jerry about a couple of other interesting things that are happening right about now. The bad news: Dow has dropped more than 600 points. It is the worst decline of 2022. What's that all about? Russia and Ukraine. And my buddy Ray sent me a picture of a kindergarten with a hole in the wall about the size of. Is it a Russian missile? I'll see if I can put that up on screen. People are saying that might be the thing that lights off World War III. Don't know yet, but as I said, the Dow has been in reaction mode along with the other American markets all day today. S&P 500 off by about 95 points, 4,380. NASDAQ off by 407, 13,716. Dow Jones Industrial Average, this is a bad day for my stocks, 34,312, off by 622 points. Was it free fall? I don't know. When I was watching Bloomberg, I was watching the numbers trickle up all morning long, and I'm thinking they need to ring that bell here as quick as possible. Other markets are also in fallen mode. FTSE is off by 66 points, closing at 7,537. The Nikkei 227 points backwards, 27,232. Now there are some markets that are in the green. The Hang Seng is up by 73 points. They're at 24,792, and the Shanghai Index up by just a couple of points. But hey, green is green. Now, somebody was pointing out one of the things that we need to look at here, and that is the price of gold. Gold shot up almost $30 in value. Gold trading at $1,900.50. As I said, about $29-30 worth of a spike here. Biggest that we've seen this year, although it's not the highest that we've seen it in a long time. In August of 2020, gold was trading at $2,000 and $2,028 back in August of 2020. So we've got a couple of other high water marks, but it is remarkable to take a look at where that is today and wonder if people are starting to look around for other kinds of, I don't know, bits and pieces that you can use, species that you might be able to use for currency out there in case there's a bright flash.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah. Silver is also up. Silver trading at $23 an ounce as well.
It's pacing above inflation, which is something that a lot of investments are not doing right now. Like stocks.
Yeah. So maybe a safe haven for somebody to put some money somewhere.
For people that don't want a lot of risk. I mean, gold is not a horribly risky investment, but it's also not going to make you, incredibly wealthy. It's not going to be one of these big movers, but it probably will retain value and outpace inflation. If that's what you're looking for, it's probably a good deal.
You can break pieces off and use that to buy ammunition and meat. And when it comes down to the new Iron Age that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. 722 Bitcoin numbers. Do we got anything, Real Joe?
That's scary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what?
40,454.
Okay, but you just got finished saying it's scary. We've seen it higher, we've seen it lower. So why are you afraid of the Bitcoin thing? Is there more attention on it now with what's going on in Canada and the Freedom Trucker guys? All of a sudden have bank accounts that are getting looked at by their government there.
Bitcoin goes up and down because some guy in the shadows named Maury decides that he wants it up and down. Up and down that day.
Okay.
There's really no rhyme or reason. Yes, the markets can influence that. Bitcoin dropped 10% overnight. So you
he's
say
Jewish. He's Jewish.
More, yeah. More. I guess I don't know. It's still just one of those
or
things.
Some guy named Joaquin sitting there with Maury deciding.
I'm trying to decide. Trying to look at it and say, is there? You start looking at world events that are right there in front of God and everybody. The Ukraine thing, nobody can take their eyes off of it. You got Putin saying, "Oh no, the exercise is over. We're sending guys home." But there's intel. You can find surveillance pictures on TikTok that will tell you that the Russians haven't gone home and they're still massing up over at the borders there. So everybody watching to see what shoe is going to drop that's going to light this thing off. And it doesn't need to be a shooting war between the United States and the Ukraine. Anything that happens out there is going to be destabilizing to the world market that's already delicate because of COVID-19.
Yeah, well, I mean, but if you're on the topic of crypto and stuff like that, I mean, you have the decentralized stuff, what they call the DeFi markets that no one understands. They're trying to get those under control. Crypto's up and down. The NFT,
I was going to say,
non-fungible token market is bizarre.
Didn't they just put a nail or a stake through something's heart on the NFTs, suspending trading, et cetera, because there's too much plagiarism and copies?
I haven't seen that, but it could be. But have you heard about the Bored Ape Yacht Club?
No. Board 8. Is this like the 19th floor over at the Beck Star?
Board Ape Yacht Club. Look it up. The NFT market is going to be a multiple billion-dollar market. I mean, people are lining up into this. Go and see what people are buying and how much they're buying it for.
But it all looks like just kind of pop art, trendy stuff, you know. But, I mean, but it doesn't have any, like, anybody's names.
It has
like Picasso behind it.
No, it was Beeple was the guy that sold the big thing for $70 million last year. But you got these pop art, all kinds of things going up, and people are getting behind it. Athletes, entertainers fuel it, and then everybody else lines up and they want one too. Some of these things are now going for $400,000 and $500,000 a piece, and it's getting more and more expensive. And it's just, I mean, they're interesting. I mean, you got these bored-looking apes in different hats and T-shirts, and that's what they're doing. That's where the market is. And people, you know, they'll buy them, and they're increasing in value. So, I mean, that's just weird stuff. Can you find it? I'm looking for the BAYC Board 8 Yacht Club.
Right there. And we've got some images here that frankly don't look all that more or less exotic or, you know, trendy than anything else that, you know, bored kids at school might be drawn on their papers.
Yeah, except for the fact that what they're doing in school doesn't make them any money. What they're doing on the web right now with the NFTs, which you're scrolling on now, those things are about $250,000, $1 million, and some are well above that.
Okay, so I can right-click and make this and download it, and then it's on my computer, and I can say, well, this is my picture. Do I have to pay anybody for that? Do I have to? No.
No. But if you want the real thing in the blockchain, then you have to pay.
What difference is it going to make? Is it in 4K or something like that? I don't understand. Here's a pretty image, and I'd like to have this as a screensaver on my laptop and my phone. I can download it, right-click it, download it, and do all of that stuff without having to pay anybody.
And when you buy your Bitcoin,
yeah,
you know, you got something there that somebody else wants, and there's a limited amount of them. And that's supply and demand.
7:27 in the morning. It's a crazy, crazy new world. And like I said, in the coming new Iron Age, we will have forgotten what the NFTs and Bitcoin stood for. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point now being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services. Make it a good one. It's got to go all the way till Monday and First Hawaiian Bank.
Do you get nervous when you're called upon to speak in front of a group, even a one-on-one presentation? I've got a couple of ideas today that might help. Coming next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
When you stand up in front of a group or speak at a meeting, there are many things that can influence how people react to us. So let's run down a few and see if you can relate to them. Number one, you don't appear confident. If you look a little shaky or you're nervous, perhaps unsure of yourself, that's going to put others on alert that something may not be quite right. Confidence and poise are important when you speak to people at work. When you show that you're confident, it helps others to get into a similar mindset. A lack of confidence is often the issue when we don't have a strong feel for the information that we're presenting. And that can lead to putting a somewhat scared or tense look on our faces. And of course, the cure for that is to know your stuff. Number two, you don't get to the point quickly. I once knew a guy, actually a couple of them, who were both warm and as gentle of souls as you would ever hope to meet. And they'd come to the office a couple times a year. One would call ahead, maybe the week before, and say, I'd like to come over. Would that be okay? And the other guy just popped in. They always had a project they were soliciting help for, but they would talk about everything under the sun before launching into the reason why they were there. And sometimes you just had to drag it out of them. Otherwise, you'd be sitting there for a half hour or an hour and knowing the conversation had no end. So seemingly endless small talk is often a crutch for people who are nervous about getting down to business. Everybody's busy, and people want you to explain why you're there. Give me the story and what you want from them. A little small talk is okay, but get to the point as quickly as you can. Number 3 is you're ill-informed. Now, you don't have to be an expert, but make sure you have your facts straight. This is different from not knowing your stuff exactly and being unsure. Here is where the facts are wrong. Information is flat wrong. Try not to make statements you can't back up. Now, you go to the internet, I don't care what your position is on something. You can find somebody out there, some expert somewhere, that believes in what you believe, and that becomes your source. But don't fake it. If you're not sure of something, tell the person or group that you'll find out and get back to them. Number 4, you come off as a know-it-all. You have any of those people at work where you are? They're smart, okay? Yeah, they're smart, but they never let you forget it. Most people appreciate intelligence, but they don't warm up to arrogance. If you've got a little of that know-it-all thing happening with you, try to get a handle on it. Number 5, you give far too much information. Now, this might seem like the know-it-all category, but it's different. You may have a good handle on the topic, but you dive too far into the depths of details. Got to be straight on this. Is it if you're in a group of people, chances are half of them are thinking about something else, where they're going to be after the meeting, or what's on their phone or something. And I mean, even big time speakers. And I've shared some information back and forth with them, and they say, yeah, we're in front of a whole group of people in an auditorium, and we just know half the people are doing something else or thinking about something else. So I mean, it's universal. So even if you know what you know, just give the basics, okay, and give them the concept of what you want, sell that. If you dive into the details too far, you're going to be in trouble. 5 things to think about there. Hopefully some of this will help the next time you're called upon to be a speaker, or even when you're in the office with a presentation or you're doing something one-on-one. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, Jerry Roberts, a couple of things here before we're all done. It is Friday before next Thursday, and next Thursday is
the public version of Live to Lead.
All right, so how do members of the public sign up?
Go to livetoleadguam.com, and all the details are there. There's speaker information, and if you decide that's something for your team, you can just sign up right there. Punch the button, and it shall be done for you. And if you are a team and you'd like your own day and time, then get in touch with me at 777-4100. We'll work it out for you.
And more special versions of all of that. Before I let you run, interesting stories about where employers are these days. Tough times for employers as they start to look around at a weird, meandering kind of workplace in front of them. And I thought I'd share some of these with you. Executives are facing a big surprise as they call employees back. Happening in the States, also happening here. Companies and workers are living in 2 different realities when it comes to working to work. Much delayed return to work dates are back as America moves past Omicron. Microsoft told its employees to prepare to return. Expedia did. American Express and BNY Mellon asked workers to return in March. An astonishing number of workers don't want to go back to the office. No. Like 61% of teleworkers are working from home now because they choose to. 38% are home because their workplaces are closed or unavailable. That's a whole lot of people that want to keep the status quo of not going into work.
Now, if you think about in the larger cities, and there's this thing called the commute.
Yes.
And some people have to commute for a couple in the Bay Area, for example, because a lot of people can't afford to live there. So they live even a couple of hours outside in smaller communities, and they come in. Well, if you got tired of that fast, and all of a sudden here comes coronavirus, and you're able to stay home for the last couple of years and work with no commute, not spending a ton of money on gas, not being bored out of your skull on the freeways, right back, and that's you get 2 hours in or an hour in and an hour back. right? So you're not seeing your kids and the rest of it, and you get pretty well used to that.
That's what I said.
And
61% of these teleworkers are there by choice. There are other research, other parts of the research here. 76% in a recent Pew poll cited personal choice for them not wanting to return to the office. 42% are saying, I'm afraid of COVID-19. Yeah, that's my answer. And so they're using that fear of infection as their excuse for not wanting to go to work in the office. 32% now say childcare, and 17% have moved further away from their offices, making those commutes that you were talking about even longer.
If you're a teleworker, you can be anywhere.
Exactly. Well, but executives like to have the chickens in the room with us. Well, I want to watch you scratch out the dirt.
Okay, so if you're an executive and you want to see people scratching out the dirt, and they're telling you, I'm not sure I'm going to come back, what are you going to be doing now? Realizing that every other company, including all of your competition,
is looking at those guys.
This
They will
very
tolerate
same thing.
that.
Yeah. Okay. So will somebody else allow them to stay at home? And what are you going to have to do now to entice them to come in or even stay?
Childcare
on
is
your workforce.
Childcare is now the benefit that people are going to be looking for, and gas allowance for all of that commuting time that all of a sudden people are going to be having. And if these guys are really, really good, you might have to look the other way and just say try to meet up on the Zoom every once in a while.
Well, that's the point. So the teleworker business, working from home, that's not going to be easy to rein in. Because people want to do that. They like it. It's a new lifestyle. And if you won't allow it, somebody else will. So eventually, either you pay a whole lot more money to bribe them to come in, or you just say, okay, you're a teleworker, and I'm going to live with that.
All right. Or we're going to find a way to automate your job. There's a way that I can computerize this job. We'll scan it in, let the computers figure it out. If we make a couple of mistakes here and there, we're just going to have to live with that. 7:36 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. You want details on all of the stuff that we talk about. In fact, transcripts of the Extra Point available at GuamTraining.com. At 7:37, Montesilva Tyrant with a big look at news and headlines here in this hour, brought to you by Burger King. And what are they getting ready for? Well, they got Lent coming up here. Is there going to be a Whopper Wednesday coming up here sometime soon? Keep an ear skinned for details. Right now, the new Double Whopper Junior Your Way meal. French fries, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a refreshing Coca-Cola. So BK Your Way. 7:30 News also brought to you by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control. 487-5657 is the telephone number if you want to make those already hard-to-see LFAs disappear completely. That's what they did at my house. They can do it at yours. Also brought to you by Lolita Camet. Now, with Hoffa A Day Realty. Call Lolita at 688-6743. Principal broker Joe D. Duenas. Now with news and headlines, here's Montesilva Tyrant.
Two teens were arrested after being accused of robbing a gas station up at Jigo and Knife Point, getting away with cash, tobacco, and beer worth $450. The teens, 17 and 19, were each charged with robbery and special allegation of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. Meanwhile, no government official turned out for a legislative hearing on a bill that would give $150 million to pay for war claims. That bill seeks to cover those individuals who didn't meet the deadline for the Federal War Claims Act. It also extends the eligibility for claimants regardless of the date of death. Appropriations Chair Senator Joe San Augustine moved that hearing until next month. Meanwhile, the Japan Airlines has extended a suspension of its Narita Guam flight until May, the end of May. Now it's looking to extend those flights because of a lack of interest. The airline had looked at resuming the route on March 26. However, the announcement yesterday is that it would push it back even further. And session resumes this afternoon at 2 o'clock with 7 bills on the agenda. One of those bills that will be up for discussion is Bill 155 that would modernize the process and penalties in association with the unsafe and derelict buildings that are littered throughout the island. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Wait, I was looking at the Twitter. Can we go back on one of the stories that you were talking about?
Which one?
The kids that robbed the gas station.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Valentine's Day robbery, and they went in,
held the person up at knife point
with a knife.
Gosh.
All right. So what did they steal?
Beer, cash, and tobacco. Apparently.
Because you know why? When's the last time anybody priced a pack of cigarettes? Anybody? I haven't smoked in years.
$10 was it?
But I will tell. Yeah. Can I tell you what I held in my hand yesterday? Can I tell you what I held in my hand yesterday? I did not hold a cigarette in my hand. I held 2 packs.
What?
But they're not
Oh.
No, CBD. I think you might even be able to find some of these at. It's
Really?
TAT. TAAT is the name of the outfit, and somebody called me over wanted to introduce me to the thing, and I'm looking at it going, well, this is kind of interesting, and there's no tobacco. And nicotine inside of the thing.
And no marijuana?
Well, like I said, there's
You smoke
CBD
it,
in
does it
it.
make you high?
But no, there's not enough in there. There's not enough THC content. But I mean, like it's a CBD cigarette. So it comes in your paper and you light it, and it's supposed to have the same feel as smoking a regular cigarette.
Oh, nice.
But it's, I don't want to say it's not going to kill you because obviously everything can kill you in 2022. But there is an alternative that is out there for people that want to
But
continue.
does it smell like marijuana?
I did not.
it's that bomb hemp.
They're still in the cellophane wrap. I didn't open it because you know how I am. I would have taken one puff and said, "Okay, that's it. I'm smoking again. Give me a carton. Give me a carton. What is that? What is a carton? What's a carton cost?
Well, give it to me,
$100.
I'll try it. Give it to me and Joe. We'll try it for you for the sake of
I don't know.
Science.
Can't do it. See, there's that story. Joey Behar, the mask mandates coming down all around the country. I don't know if you're catching this. California's doing it, but apparently they're going to continue to keep the mask mandates for the prisons and the schools. Those two populations don't vote. Yeah, they don't vote for any of that stuff. God, see now I got 20 thoughts in my head. There's an opportunity here, but let me finish this. Joey Behar, who was on the television show that I've never watched an entire episode of because I can't stand these people. Joey Behar from The View says, "I'm just going to wear my mask forever. I'm going to wear my mask forever." In one of the newspapers this morning, there's an article, editorial that comes from some guy that came from the Washington Post that says that he is not ready to give up wearing his mask. What did we talk about? The mass hypnosis of all of these people now that just cannot ever see their way out from under all of these mandates and mitigations that people put in place. Even though to where we are today, you come to find out, as it turns out, if you're wearing a cloth mask, mostly decorations. You want to be able to help respirators and N95s. That's what it's going to take. But people have been so hypnotized, gaslit, and trained that even somebody that you would think intelligent enough to be on a TV show would look at it and say, "Oh, good, I don't have to wear the mask anymore."
The same TV show is Guppy Goldberg, whatever her name is, Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoop whoop.
It's the same show.
Yeah, I know, but don't they have like a outcast, reasonable person in that show?
They fired them.
They fired them.
Yeah.
So there's no more conservative, right-leaning people on the show?
No way.
Oh my God. Anyway, John Barry, special to the Washington Post in today's Guam Daily Post, "Why I'm Not Ready to Unmask." Okay, soy boy, whatever you say. It's 7:43 in the morning, and we were talking about education there for a second, and it occurs to me, between the three of us, there is an opportunity for us. Let me take the break. We'll come back. We'll do some traffic. And I'll tell you what's in my head about this opportunity that you can only find in a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. That's coming up.
BK's new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal is now available. The Double Whopper Jr. is made with 2 fire-grilled burger patties, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce and tomato, crunchy pickles, ketchup, and freshly cut onions on a toasted sesame seed bun. Our New Way meal includes french fries, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal at your favorite Burger King location. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK Your Way.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Choosing health insurance for my family
family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
It's 7:44 in the morning. All right, let me see what's happening in traffic this morning on roadways. But first, wait, hold on. It's time for a Ray Ray update. There's Ray Ray the pig, and used to be living in the boondocks with his pig family, and then found himself a kindly old person named Colin Clark, and Colin now has been taking care of this pig. The only problem is it doesn't have a cat in the picture to give it some kind of scale. I'm curious as to how much bigger Ray Ray has gotten. It's also changed gender. When we first got Ray Ray, it was a boy pig, but now it's a girl pig. But they're going to leave the name the same. All right, taking a look at what's happening on your roadways. It was starting to ugly up around the beginning of the hour. It's about 7:45 now. My guess is things are going to be very, very busy up in the north end of town. Yep, a little bit of traffic over by the fire station, then getting into Dedido. Hasn't masked up between the Pow Pow and Y Sing Song, but that's going to happen pretty soon. Let me see, a little bit of traffic, intersection traffic. At most of the 4 or 5 corners that we got working up in the Dedido area, 1 and 3 running a little bit busy, but also busy over by the Micronesia Mall, what I like to refer to from time to time as the Chicken Joy intersection. It looks like things might be a little bit busy through there as well. Getting into the Upper Tumon area, watch out for heavier than normal intersection traffic. It's ugly over by Frank Blas Jr.'s house. In that area around Happy Mart. It looks like it's getting kind of busy through there. And then we got the Route 8 traffic, and it's dogging out traffic virtually everywhere in both directions at the intersections. What did us Route 8 Barragata people, mighty people do to piss off Public Works so that they said, you know what, we need to have more traffic lights. We need more traffic signals up on Route 8. And so they just kind of put them up at will. Don't actually do anything. Don't actually help control the traffic other than just slow it down. Route 4 traffic, not much better. You get the Sinahanya and Ordot running a little bit busy. Lots of intersection traffic. Slow intersection traffic in the downtown area, and bloody red over by Naval Base Guam. It's 7:46 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Hafa. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds. It kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Studio time, 7:48, almost 7:49. We're gonna have to wait on the story that could give all three of us a shot at a certain kind of, I don't know, redemption. Because everybody had different high school experiences, but I think the things that we had in common was there were administrators that we absolutely hated, and I think hated us in turn. There were teachers that we absolutely hated and hated us in turn. And every once in a while, you say, it's like, when I'm old, I'll be a better parent. When I'm older, I'll be if I ever got to be a teacher, I'd be way better than these guys. If I ever got to be a principal, I'd be way better than these guys. and there's a chance to do that. I'll share that with you in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, Frank Blush Jr., is that Daryl on line one?
Buenos, Senator.
Hoffa, Senator.
Good morning, and hey, don't talk about Brother Tom like that.
I know it. I love Brother Tom. Wait, so which one are we talking about? Brother Tom or Father Tom? Which one is the one that kicked me out of math?
I think it was
Father. I think it was Father Tom. I think it was Father Tom. Kicked me out of math. I mean, he wasn't a bad teacher. He just, he couldn't put up with me. That's for sure. You out. Don't come back. 7:49 in the morning. Yeah, I went to summer school that year, as usual. Frank Blush Jr., who never joined me for summer school because he was that good. I'm in receipt of a copy of a letter that you wrote to Ed Byrne over at the Department of Administration, and it got me asking questions, therefore, about the subject of exemptions to the vaccinate or get tested mandate. But first question is, it says, I'd like to thank you for your prompt response to the office, blah, 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 on the matter of personnel directed to quarantine because of possible exposure to COVID-19 at the workplace. Now, that was an issue where somebody in the family might have COVID-19. You go to the office and say, so-and-so's got it, and they say, oh, you got to quarantine. Okay, well, I'll quarantine, but am I getting paid? I didn't ask for this. What did Ed Byrne have to say about that?
Well, There was action that was actually taken prior to any response, and it was corrective action. What they were doing was actually employees and a coworker had come to work and tested positive, and so in their preventive measures, they said, okay, you were all possibly or you were all exposed to an individual here at the work site, so you're going to have to go home until we sanitize and the place up and quarantine. And some of these employees were charged. They're sick in their annual leave. And
Hey,
they're like, wait a
I'm
minute.
not the one that's sick. You're the one that sent me home.
Yeah, and so I'm glad to hear, at least in the cases that were brought to my attention, they had called me and they said, sir, thank you. We have been informed by personnel. We had to go back down and sign the different forms so that it was, in fact, not the sick or the annual leave. It was they had charged me the administrative leave. We're back to work. There's nothing. We're fine. But it was leave that we were directed to take, and it was not of our choosing. And
Correct.
Then we were charged. So I didn't think that was right, and I had asked for some clarification, and there were some corrective measures that were taken prior to them responding, and the response was, here's the directive that we have passed out to the agencies, and we are ensuring that they do follow the directive. Nothing of admittance of any responsibility or guilt. They just said, "Oh, well, here it is."
Responsibility or guilt? It's like you're away without leave.
Yeah. So I'm glad, and I hope that that now there is some consistency and uniformity in how it is administered and how they the different agencies now that they seemingly have their own responsibility of managing the COVID issues within their workplace.
Wait. So real quick, though, what is the guidance now from the administration here? What is the advice from Ed Byrne on moving forward? So if an employee has a close contact that is symptomatic and confirmed COVID positive, are they still to isolate? Are they still to quarantine? And how are they going to get compensated? Are they getting compensated while they're in quarantine, or do they have to pull into a fund like their administrative leave or sick leave?
Well, no. If from my understanding, that if you were directed to do something, to take the leave, that it is an administrative leave. It does not get charged to your annual or to your sick leave. Most especially to your annual leave. I couldn't make the dot connection between you're directed because of a possible public health issue, but then you're told to take annual leave, which you have earned, both annual and sick leave. You earn. you earn this leave. And but if you're directed to do this, then that should not be the case. So that is the directive. Now, obviously, there are other things that if you if you've been fully vaccinated and you're asymptomatic, you can still come to work. But there's still that need for uniformity and consistency between the agencies. I think that what they did was they pulled the trigger before aiming at the target.
Well, yeah. Well, they did the same thing with exemptions and exemption requests, and it seems to me that between the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Attorney General's office, and the Department of Administration, they've all got their own 10-foot poles when it came to dealing with the exemptions. Originally, if you wanted an exemption, you had to sign up for it over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and they weren't very excited about the process of doing these exemptions to the degree that I'm still aware of it. I don't think they've done any religious exemptions whatsoever, even though that there was paperwork that was available for that kind of thing to prevent somebody from losing their job or in this case, in many cases, quitting their jobs because they didn't want to have to deal with the vaccinate or get tested mandate. So what's the story on the exemptions now? It's left in the hands of the supervisors at each individual department and agency?
Well, first off, there are two parts to the two questions that I asked in the letter. First off, what is the status of those exemptions that were requested for that were submitted prior to this prior to this decision that now it's going to be handled by the individual agencies. You had individuals that had submitted their exemption requests from as far back as August and September, still has not been resolved. There's no communication with regard to their exemptions, and in some particular cases, the response that the employees have gotten back from the agency, hey, well, those were exemptions that you had submitted prior to this new decision, so therefore those we have voided, or those
they've got to be resubmitted.
Resubmitted, and for a bunch of people, that's a lot of paperwork and time. But still, there did not appear to be any criteria or any means to be able, how then do you determine, these medical or these religious exemptions? What expertise was used? What justifications were necessary? That was very unclear prior to this new decision to leave it in the hands of the agency heads. And again, it looks like they're kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
They're saying, okay, we didn't want to make this decision on our own, so you know what? Therefore, let's do this. Now let's have the agency heads do this, because they need to be able to manage their personnel better, and it seems to be a better fit. Well, the glove's still too small.
Where's the uniformity? Where is there an actual written policy for each one of these department heads and supervisors to follow? Or is it going to be unique to every department and agency on Guam? I don't understand.
And here, first off, when you're talking about government, whether you're talking about the Department of Public Works or the Guam Department of Education, or Public Health, it's still the government of Guam. They still basically follow one set of rules and regulations, guidelines on how to be able to manage within the government system. So you're not talking.
And the science would not change all that drastically because we're talking about COVID-19. We're not talking about. It is what it is at this time. It's not as though COVID-19 is different because you're working in the Department of Administration or you're working in DOE or you're working over at the port. COVID is COVID.
Which brings me to the second question I had is, okay, what is the criteria, or what is the guidance that has been given to these agency heads, so that there is that uniformity, so that the clerk, or the typist, or the maintenance worker at the Guam Department of Education is treated the same way or has the same criteria for his exemption request.
But if we had that uniformity, though, Darryl, if we had the uniformity, then why couldn't it be administered under the auspices of the Department of Public Health and Social Services through the Department of Administration?
I understand it. and so again, I felt it's okay. This looks like you're just kicking the can down the road here. Okay, it's not making. And at the end of the day, what you've got is an employee. Remember, for the exemptions that they have, and then for somebody to just go in there and not understand where these exemptions come from or the criteria to be able to determine these exemptions to make that decision.
How much fun is this? Oh my God! It's just chasing down the BS here. It's the most topping thing that we've had to deal with for the last couple of years, and it doesn't seem like there's any end in sight to it. Hey, I've only got about 15 seconds. We'll continue the conversation over at the Fendania. I'll see you tonight. Uncle Carl's throwing the party down at Epal Beach tonight. 5. I'll see you there. All right.
Okay, bro.
All right, I got to go. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG, and here's Fox News Live.
The judge says Donald Trump and 2 of his children have to testify about the family business. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more live.
Lisa, the New York State judge wrote that if a state attorney general begins investigating a business, uncovers evidence of possible fraud, and wants to question the business principles, she has the right to do so. The New York Attorney General Letitia James is looking into whether the Trump organization falsely inflated assets to get certain loans or tax benefits. Now, this ruling means Trump, Donald Jr., and Ivanka must be deposed within 3 weeks, but that likely won't happen as they plan to appeal. This week, Trump's longtime accounting firm said financial statements they prepared for his business for the past decade should no longer be relied upon, Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. Masks are fading in another state. New Mexico's governor lifting an indoor mask mandate, but court fights over mandates continue. Today, a federal appeals court panel in New Orleans ruling 2-1 in favor of a flight attendant and a pilot who claim religious exemption to the United Airlines policy of getting vaccinated or taking unpaid leave. The ruling doesn't block the mandate, but says a judge in Texas must consider blocking it temporarily while that court fight plays out. High-profile meetings on both sides of the Atlantic.
The Russian government can announce today, with no qualification, equivocation, or deflection, that Russia will not invade Ukraine.
But so far, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the Russian troop buildup has continued. He spoke at a UN Security Council meeting before heading to Munich, where Vice President Harris meets tomorrow with NATO's Secretary General and Saturday with Ukraine's president and Germany's chancellor after a speech on the Biden administration's effort to stop Russian aggression and its commitment to allies. America is listening to Fox News.
Howdy, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here to tell you KFC is bringing a new heat to Guam with the Denancy brand hot sauce. KFC hot comes in 2 ways. The twister is KFC chicken, our famous red rice, pickles, and Denancy wrapped in a toasted tortilla. The Denancy chicken sandwich has an extra crispy quarter-pound white meat fillet, spicy pickles, and Denancy sauce. Now that's hotness done right. Try one or try them both. Available at all KFC restaurants. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
All members of Congress can attend next month's State of the Union address, but COVID protocols will stay in place.
The House Sergeant-at-Arms says every member of Congress will be invited to President Biden's first State of the Union address March 1st, but guests will not be permitted, and several pandemic precautions will stay in place. Lawmakers will be socially distanced in the House chamber and be required to wear KN95 or N95 masks. Failure to comply could mean fines for members of Congress. Those who attend the speech must also test negative for COVID 1 day before.
Fox's Jared Halpern. A former Los Angeles Angels employee could face life in prison, convicted today in Texas of providing Angels pitcher Tyler Skaggs with the drugs that led to his overdose death. Skaggs was 27, found dead in a suburban Dallas hotel room as the team was about to start a 4-game series with the Texas Rangers in July of 2019. 5 Major League players testified during the trial about receiving oxycodone pills from Eric Kay. A federal jury finds him guilty of drug distribution resulting in death and drug conspiracy. After the highly publicized fight to win legal control of her life back, Britney Spears may be planning a trip to Washington.
The singer posting a December letter to her Instagram account from Congressman Eric Swalwell and Charlie Crist. They say that Spears has been able to, quote, achieve justice and are asking her to speak to the conservatorship battle that she went through with her estranged father, Jamie Spears, saying that they were, quote, troubled by some of the issues, while also adding that, quote, your journey towards justice will inspire and empower many others who are improperly silenced by the conservatorship process. This past November, a court finally ended the 13-year legal arrangement. Spears hasn't confirmed whether she will take the congressman up on their offer.
Fox's Mike Gunzelman. Stocks tumble. The Dow drops 622. I'm Lisa Brady. Fox News.
BK's new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal is now available. The Double Whopper Jr. is made with 2 fire-grilled burger patties, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce and tomato, crunchy pickles, ketchup, and freshly cut onions on a toasted sesame seed bun. Our New Way meal includes french fries, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal at your favorite Burger King location. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK Your Way.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not 1, not 2, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off the day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Senators will go back into session this afternoon with 7 bills on the agenda so far. Of those bills, one by Senator Jim Moylan and Tony Added that would deal with the derelict buildings that the Department of Public Works has been eyeing. Bill 151 would modernize the process and penalties associated with those unsafe structures. Also, Bill 202 by Senator Mary Torres that would increase the gross threshold for limited exemptions on business privilege taxes for certain small businesses. And then another bill by Senator Chris Duenas that would rename Route 3 after the late Guam Congressman Marine Brigadier General Ben Blas and call it Ben Blas Memorial Highway. Session is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. Then at the legislature, the defense will continue their portion of the trial in the trial that's set for joiner Scott Sked. Sked is on trial for the murder of former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. You might recall she was arrested with her boyfriend Rudy Kanata in connection with that death. Sked is a mother of 4, and when she took the stand yesterday, became emotional as she recalled the final moments when she last saw Sanchez alive. The defense continues today. Meanwhile, 2 teens were arrested after being accused of robbing a gas station on Valentine's Day up in Jigo. The robbery at knife point as they got away with cash, tobacco products, and $450 worth of beer. The teens ages 17 and 19 were both charged with third-degree robbery and second-degree robbery, as well as special allegation of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. Also, a 58-year-old man was arrested after a girl accused him of raping her since she was 5 or 6. The girl is now 12 years old and alleges that Jimmy Leon Guerrero Tapasnia sexually assaulted her, but only reported the incident to school officials. When she found out the man moved into a residence near her home, Tapasnia has since been charged with criminal sexual conduct. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
From the JIC report this morning, 394 new cases of COVID out of 1,185 people tested, 46 admitted to the hospital with COVID-19. And also from the legislature, no government officials or finance officials showed up for a question and answer on a public hearing for Bill 220 that would give $150 million to pay war claims. Half of that money would be taken from revenues from the Business Privilege Tax Credit Program, as well as another $75 million from Section 30 money that was deposited into the War Claims Fund. Because there were no government officials, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee did move that hearing until next month. And there was a protest at the intersection of the ITC building yesterday. Residents protesting the multi-million-dollar project scheduled to take place up at the Two Lovers Point. It did win the approval of the Tamuning Planning Council. However, the residents are objecting, raising some concerns to include environmental issues. The planned development awaits approval from the Guam Land Use Commission and mayors from the surrounding villages. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray.
If you don't want to build a Ferris wheel, just buy the property. Go find what's the name of the guys? Dan Swavely and his guys. Go make an offer and buy that land, and you can turn it into whatever you want to, some kind of a cultural preserve or cultural attraction or something like that. But I mean, if it's somebody's property, unless somebody's actually going to get hurt if they do all of this stuff, let the people that have made the investment, bought that property, do what they will with it. And people say, oh, but you know what? But it was going to ruin that part of the island. Well, that decision was made by the original landowners that sold it to somebody else, and now maybe living in the States, living fat and happy on millions and millions of dollars. Yeah. That decision was made by those guys. I'm more of a property rights kind of guy. If you've made the investment in a piece of property, I don't want somebody coming protesting about what it is that I'm doing with that piece of property unless I'm hurting somebody or really severely damaging the environment. 8:11 in the morning, 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Is there weather today? Yes, there is weather. Here's weather. Mostly sunny. Daytime highs 86 degrees. East-northeast winds 8 to 16 miles an hour. Let it gust as high as 21 miles an hour. Won't that be fun, Real Joe? Me and you. And I hope it's one of those like super Ferris wheels where you can have more than 3 or 4 people, like a little room like they've got in Europe. Where everything is good. If it's in Europe, it should be a good thing.
Hold me, Ray.
Should be a good thing, right? No, I'm thinking dinners. Romantic Valentines or something like that. I've often stood at the backside of the Tsubaki Tower, looking over that property, thinking, yeah, I wonder what I could do with something like that. At any rate, we're going to mostly cloudy in the forecast. Overnight lows about 77 degrees. Still more gusts and breezy conditions over the next couple of days. Partly sunny tomorrow, partly cloudy tomorrow night, and then Sunday it says it's going to be mostly sunny in the forecast. So watch out for all of that stuff and enjoy. Make a plan in your head. At least one day this weekend. Couple hours. You and somebody you like to look at in a bikini or Speedos, one of those Yeti coolers, and I think that's all you need, right? Maybe like a beach chair.
That's all you need.
Okay, and I'm thinking. In fact, the area that we're talking about right now, Gun Beach, that area. And I don't know, I got to check the tides or something like that. But that's an incredibly cool place to spend a couple hours because it's so far off the beaten track. And people that want to go there and not be bothered by anybody. And people will be spaced out 50 feet between them. That's one of my favorite things about the place. Watch out for the LFAs. They got little fire ants in that area. So just watch out there. And what are you doing in the boonies anyway? It's 8:13. I'll be right back.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
It can be done. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at American President Lines. Thank you, Charlie. Glad that, and Carl with a K, glad that you are back, are with the program here. Also being brought to you by the team over at Mescla's. So I'm trying to get to the script here because most of it I've got memorized. You know, keto-friendly menu, gourmet, award-winning gourmet burgers over at Mescla, and all our favorite Chamorro fusion deals: octopus, tenactac, candied salmon with the rice and scallion, coconut rice, and plenty more. But the most important part here is the telephone number. Reservations, you know, because a lot of places, right, they fill up fast. Make sure that you've got a chair waiting for you when you get there. 479-2652, and you can make reservations when you call that number at both locations, Agana or Tamuning. And if you can't do it in Tumon, then they'll give you that number. But start with calling the Agana location, 479-2652 for Mescla.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right, on screen right now, because we can, I'd asked for an update on Ray the pig, and the one that lives out at Collins Place, and he sent me a picture of just the pig, and I could not, by way of comparison, gauge whether the pig is bigger or how much bigger it is since it came in as a little piglet. And when it came in, it was a little about the size of a shoebox, but it has gotten much bigger. Here's the latest picture of Ray the pig. Now, I got a little bit by way of comparison. There's a car with a tire. And you can see the pig, and you can do the parallax thing. There is the ginger cat that is down there.
What's his name?
Yeah. I don't know. If Mana was to name the cat, its name would be Axl Rose because he's got the same color hair as Axl Rose. But you can see the pig, and it's standing up against the bottom of the ledge there. And so what is that, about a 4-inch drop on the concrete? So can you make it out here? Does this look like this pig is quickly getting to a point where if you were sitting on the couch and it jumped on you, somebody's got to go to the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
We're almost there with that, right?
I would rename that pig to Lechon.
Lechon. That would suggest that there might be some eating of the pig going on, and I'm not sure.
At some point, I think he's going to.
No, you can't do that.
What?
They named it. I mean, it's not like, Sui or something like that. They gave the pig a name. My name, Ray. And so I don't know that it would be the
coming
most
up. Maybe Fat Tuesday.
Most appropriate thing. You know, and I was talking yesterday, and I don't think you're old enough to remember, but the neighbors behind my house used to raise pigs when we were there. Their family raised and they always had.
Eat them, or
they raised them to eat them.
Oh yeah.
And once, twice a year, there'd be a sound of a pig getting dispatched from the back, and there was always, the healthy aroma of what smelled like a farm back there for a while.
Wow.
when we were there. But that was the deal. That's, you get a pig and you raise the pig, and then eventually we're going to eat the pig. But I don't think Colin is ever going to eat this pig.
Oh,
Frankly,
no.
I think the pig is going to outlive Colin.
Should we spay the pig, Ray? Because that's
a question left for the experts like Tom Poole. 8:17 in the morning. There's Real Joe, and who do we have on the gizmo? Senator Jimmy Craig.
Oh yeah,
Senator Jimmy Craig is on the line. Now, before I get to Jimmy Craig, I got to point out, YouTube guys. I don't know what it is about those guys. Hard to make them happy. First of all, I'm getting scolded going, that bingo time at the Freedom Park, Ray, R-A, they even wrote it out this way, capital R-A-Y. There's always been bingo there. That's the Holiday Bingo location. Nothing new, nothing to see here. Just keep moving on, There's, you know what? It's a brand thing. They've got a new logo out there, and I'm sure that the employees got new T-shirts, and they got all kinds of new computerized gizmos and a bunch of different ways to play.
Digital marketing manager.
A digital marketing manager, maybe, May Habib style. Sure that they've, logos don't just draw themselves. For heaven's sakes. So you got that. And then we were talking about the deal out in Tumon. the Fendania Friday, and the idea that the food trucks are going to be down there on a Friday night. They're going to be on the grass over at the thing. The pro-side parking is what they are recommending. I want to leave the other side open for a little bit more by way of, I don't know, emergency vehicles or something like that. There's going to be the yellow shirts are going to be down there. Captain Guam is going to be there with the Carabaos. Dennis Larson is going to be there. Manang Pika, if you're looking for a favorite name, they're going to be down there as well. It's going to be kind of a big deal. But all these guys are saying, I see what's happening. I know what's going to be happening. So you get the pro parking, that's for regular mouth breathers. The Section 8 version of the parking is going to be on that side, and it's only going to be big shots. The big shots will park on the Hilton side, and that's going to be all there is to it because, we're in that kind of company. You're either I'm in or all in or you got to park into Section 8. And I'm here to tell you guys, I know because I got some inside intel, that's not big shot parking. That's not going to be big shot parking. Big shot parking is going to be behind GVB, where it always is, where it should be. But everywhere else, if they say that they need that for safety purposes or whatever, and you know what? I'll be there tonight. I'll take a look and see what's happening with it. 8:19 in the morning. And I know he's busy because he's got to prep for an important session over at the legislature today. Jimmy Craig online here this morning. Buenos and Hava Day, Jimmy.
Happy Friday. Hava Day.
Happy Friday and Hava Day to you as well. And for the first time, maybe in a long time, I'm going to be talking about legislation that's not necessarily Jimmy Craig legislation. There's a couple of measures that you guys are going to be talking about while you're in session that takes this EITC money and would apply it in a couple of different directions and a couple of big applications. There's the school down in Umatic, I guess, that is going to get $3 million worth of love and a couple of other things with these EITC funds. Now, I remember there was a conversation about EITC reimbursement, but did we actually get any checks for that yet?
We're waiting for DRT's additional information on that. We know it's forthcoming. Just wondering how permanent this will be. So more information to be found, but they're pretty prepared to be receiving the money. How it comes in and it's questionable. Who has the authority over it is still lingering. So in the meantime, I know they're looking at measures to take control of what they can and prioritize.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the legislature's slushy money. And we got to make sure we're going to appropriate this before Lou finds out.
Yeah, it's kind of a race to the finish line. But then that's, we've seen this continuously happen where to include ARP funds and the governor going to the governor's conference and saying, well, I'm in charge of this and too bad for my legislature people.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't given up the fight. So we're pushing it and with this, then pushing it for the people to also pressure the administration. Without us taking action, we're just like letting the administration steamroller all over us, and we refuse to do that. And that's why these things are happening.
Well, I mean, some of you refuse to do that. I'm delighted to see the battle being waged one way or the other. I mean, it still feels like it's beetle nut wars at Father Duenas as opposed to a real battle. I'll let you know when it gets to be the slingshot, the paper slingshot with the rubber band battle. Those are the good ones.
Yeah.
But right now it just feels like I put everything in Father Duenas terms. When we were freshmen, one of the worst things that you could do is take a sticker burr out of the ground and then smack that really hard on somebody's back and make it stick on his white shirt. That's where we're at now. It's just kind of freshman nuisance here. So basically, what we're doing is we've got some placeholders now on those EITC dollars. Now, how did the funds? Did they direct the funds to those particular projects? I mean, several $1 million to the schoolhouse down in Umatic, which is interesting. I didn't realize that there was so much need for that to happen, and I don't know how much of that can be done with educational dollars, if that's even a conversation. But then there's other spend on this EITC. So in my mind, it kind of has this feel like we look like we're doing something, but we can't really do it until the money comes in.
Very true. That's very true.
It's kind of disingenuous, don't you think?
No,
hey, look at what we're doing for you. Just as soon as money comes in, and when it does, then we're going to use, we'll change out the lights. We'll use CFCs, and we're going to use brass doorknobs. That's what we're going to do.
But what I've also been discovering, and there's a lot of measures that have been enacted to the law where legislation has appropriated the funds, but nothing happens. It still goes to the administration. The governor has signs it into law, but takes no action. There's things we're discovering that has been done before to especially help people with disabilities, and then a funding account that was supposed to be put to allow them to have this funding account tax deferred so they don't lose their income or they don't lose their benefits, but only to discover was never implemented, not on the administrator or the administrator's fault, but they just need additional help to clarify a few things. So when it comes down at the end of the day, even though we appropriate money and the governor doesn't want to do it, doesn't have to do it. It's up to the governor at that time. So should do it, but doesn't do it. It almost seems like a waste of time.
Yeah, but what happens to the money when you appropriate it at the legislature and the governor doesn't execute the project?
That's when they find out later on. It's like, oh, we were so good in administering our services, and we were able to save money. We're reducing debt. You look like a hero at the end. But truthfully, it's just because you didn't use money at certain places. It's not in just for one governor. It happens all the time. So the pressure needs to continuously be applied. Like the fuel costs, and the governor previously mentioning in a news article in November that hey, we're looking at a fuel voucher program, right? Because we have this increase in gasoline, maybe we can give you this card because we have all this millions of dollars sitting in the bank that we can help our people at Guam. And that was discussed back in November of 2021 when the cost of fuel went from $4.89 to $4.99. So where's this program now, Governor?
Now that it's $5.40 for a gallon of just regular grade gasoline on Guam, it's literally going through the roof, and there are no signs of it stopping. I mean, anything that is tied to oil and tied to current demands and undersupply around the nation and the world are going to be affected. No less us here at the end of the supply chain. So was that just some kind of an empty promise? Is that just one of those? Oh yeah, you know what? We're going to fight crime and we're going to give vouchers. And we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to fix the schools, we're going to fix the hospital, we're going to do all of this stuff, and then nothing.
Right. That's what we asked the governor in our letter the other day. Are you finalizing this, or did it just drop from your priority list, right? Back in May of 2021, me and my colleagues, my Republicans here, said, hey, we got something called Let's Get Guam Moving, and one thing we can do is with a debit card for local establishments, they can buy fuel or food or medicine or supplies. We need to relook at this and be more than willing to help you out. We can have discussion on it and everything, but at least with the fuel, with the debit card, you got versatility, right? You can look at different things to spend it on. Or if you want to just do it for fuel, fine, Governor. But so where's your plan? Just get it going, because people are getting back to work. We got higher prices in fuel. They got to commute to work, and sometimes they're stuck in traffic because somebody's restriping a road 8 o'clock in the morning during a work day, right?
Oh, you mean like what? Yeah, restriping ceremony out in on Route 4 at drive time at 8 o'clock in the morning, because the contractors had to get to work at 9. We had to have Jim a ribbon cutting ceremony for something the government should be doing on a regular basis anyway. That should be there. There should not be a ceremony. Hey, are we going to have ceremonies when we start putting up more street lights? Is that going to be one of the things? We already get in the process. Every time the police department gets a new car or the fire department gets a new boat, Hosanna! Stop the presses. We've got to do this. Well, wait a second, just a new boat. We should have gotten a new boat just in the course of doing business, but all of a sudden we got to turn this into a re-election photo op.
Yeah, brush your hair, look good, and have a beautiful outfit on.
Josh doesn't have any hair. Stop that.
Okay. But true, right? People are trying to get back to work. They're stuck in traffic. They're paying almost over $5, getting closer to $6 a gallon. I'm watching my fuel gauge go from right to left. Just sitting there, right? Where is my relief?
Bro, yesterday I was talking about how it cost me $95 to fill up the truck, and I was looking at the gas gauge the other day, and it was already half, and now I'm down to 1/4 tank. in the car, and I'm trying to, in my head, inventory. Where have I been? Where did I go? Oh my God! I went down to Agate, but I went down to Agate because I needed to get on a boat. A and B, I stopped and helped out the economy over at the taco shack. So I got stuff done on that trip down to Agate. So hopefully that's worthwhile. But I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the gas gauge now, thinking, oh my God, I got to put more gas in this thing, and my budget has only got about another $55 in it.
That's why I'm hoping the governor can really consider, if she wanted to do that fuel card, go right ahead. But you spoke about it before. I haven't seen nothing since. This is the best time to get it going. You'll provide relief. There's over 400, probably left, millions of dollars sitting in the bank. Can you simply give a little to the people of Guam so they can put fuel in their car so they can get to the job and perform their duty and provide for their family?
I would submit it as kind of not a gas voucher, but a voucher card, and go with a rebate. That's been in my head ever since I saw that story where Les was saying we got our collections are surprisingly good, and $76 million of unexpected apparent revenue because the legislature shot so low on the budget. Well, I mean, if it's revenue plus, then it's revenue plus. The government should not be operating at a profit. There should be a decent margin for emergencies and some of the other cool things, but $76 million or so seems to be a whole lot bigger than that safety margin. So how about we give it back to the people? We made too much money in taxes, and we feel that we should give this back to the people because obviously we can't stand up any more services for all of this. So give that money back to the people in form of these vouchers. 155,000 people, 160,000 people on Guam, $76 million. It's easy mathematics. Comes out to about $500 a head. But it doesn't need to be $500. Let's make it $500 a head for every taxpayer on Guam. How's that?
That's a great idea. Saipan was able to do that. I forget their amount. We don't have control over the fuel cost on Guam, but we do have control with what you just mentioned. Yeah. All this money revenue because we are overtaxing people, right? And at a time when something so important. The fuel costs, right, which affects the price of all our goods that we pay, because the same fuel costs that went up for us in our regular cars went up for the delivery trucks, went up for across the board. We're not only going to affect it at the fuel pumps, we're going to affect it when we buy bread, milk, and eggs. So
no, I got a sister for that. I got sisters for those kinds of things. No, I'd completely blow this. I'd one of depending on the amount and these rebate cards, I'd go for one of those electric scooters that Roy Gamboa and Hannah are selling these days on the internet. Roof paint to keep the house cooler because the electric bill is going to be going up likewise as well. And I think the rest of it, you and I can spend on drinks over at Capital Kitchen, and Bobby and I over at Club USA.
As long as we're helping the economy and it's good for us and we're happy and enjoy the weekend, of course.
Hey, they got locals that work in those places, and they got rent that they got to pay on those places. I'm just saying. 8:31 in the morning. What do we need to do here? So, Donna Mila says Senator Moylan needs to raise the pressure on the governor and his co-legislatures. Just talking to us on the radio isn't affecting their decision-making skills. You know, that whole biblical loud gong thingamajiggy. All right, gotcha. I hear what you're saying here. There's and we get that every once in a while. I have somebody on the radio talking tough about Lou and about how things seem to be going sideways, but you guys over at the legislature just a little bit more. You just gotta turn those gears a little bit more. It is now way past time to be playing nice. Jerome says former Governor Joe Ada refunded most everyone $1,000 during his administration. Why can't Governor Lulian Guerrero do the same thing? All right, I'm going to throw the pressure back on the taxpayers and the voters. You guys need to be making a bigger noise. And I Les Carlson will always say, because that's his job, is to say that, well, it's not real dollars, or we've got other expectations, and we might have other monies we have to set aside one way or the other. We pay down a debt or the deficit or all of these things that Les is fond of saying. But at some point, the taxpayers should rise up and say the government is making too much money on us. You've got billions coming in from the federal government to begin with, millions coming in from the federal government, ARP funds, grants, and things like that. And then we've got a 5% business privilege tax. Apparently, we don't need all of those revenue sources for the government of Guam right now. Give it back to the people. And the people need to rise up and say so. Where's my rebate, Lou? That should be a T-shirt.
There you go. And since when I first came into office, I kept my promises for the small businesses and reducing prices. We introduced a measure to reduce the BBT from 5 to 4%. It got shot down. We reintroduced it once again. We worked with the Dave Sanchez Amendment for small businesses as well, increasing the threshold. Now we're fighting for $500,000 to make that permanent. But we're continuing to fight. It's unfortunate, though. Well, I wouldn't say unfortunate, but of course, colleagues and administration have all. We're a body that was elected, and it's a matter of the priorities for that body to all agree on with the majority of votes. And sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't, but you have to continually work on it with your colleagues and give and take. And that's what I've learned all the way to the 36. And I've been more.
You need to get tough with these guys. It's time. The other members of the minority and certainly other members of the majority have got to realize that you guys have been bent over and just being used as a prop by the administration for the last 3.5 years. Harvey Egnes says, Ray, we vote in November. No, Harvey, we don't vote in November. We will vote in 190 days or so if my calendar predictions are right. 190 days is the primary election. The primary election, friends, and by that time, it's going to be too late. There will already be the campaigning. There will always be the sweet pillow talk and all of the press releases that talk about how the Leon Guerrero and Tenorio administration has done this, that, and the other, and not realizing that all of these stats and the others they've managed to do with federal funds. That there's no magic in that. That came to us from the Fed, and guys over at the legislature are going to be doing the same thing. We'll say, well, we tried everything that we could, but blah 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 blah. We're only the minority, or I'm only one senator out of 15, or whatever the excuse is going to be. It's in 190 days, Jim. You're going to need to. You and your colleagues are going to need to fight like hell for our votes.
Yeah, that I will, and if so being that I continue on with this, that's wonderful. But we moved that date up. That was our bill that passed to move the primary date up to give the Guam Election Commission more time to meet their deadlines as well. So primary is going to be in August, and then the general, of course, in November. And then we'll see what comes from there. But it's important that I'm glad that callers are giving me a report card kind of look at before coming into the booth, before placing your vote. Study these people. It makes a big difference, right? What was introduced? What was their results, right? See how hard they fought. Determine in your own mind. And the more people that are interested, then we increase our voting groups, right? And that if we have a low turnout, it's just really sad for where we're at today, and not having enough voters to come on out. And I appreciate any comments, plus or minus, to ensure that we get more people to turn out and vote. So, hoping so. 190 days, that's fine.
We need a social marketing media director. That's what we've got to do. $75,000. I might do that with you. So it's 8:36. Senator, I hope I see you at the Fendania tonight.
Sounds fun.
Big Shot Parking is behind GVB. You can get in. You're a senator.
I'm going to walk. I'm going to walk there.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. That's right. Crap, I was going to ask you to be my double D. Never mind. All right. Don't even bother mentioning Bobby. That's not going to work out for me. 8:37. I'll introduce you to my color good friends. How's that?
Appreciate it.
All right, bro. 8:37 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. 888-8255-888-TALK. Mana, are you about ready with that last big look at news and headlines? You've been ready.
Let me out of here.
What? You got a weekend to get started on?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You don't own me after 8:30. Mana Silva-Tyron with the last big look at news and headlines is coming up next.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts. ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with a fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacks high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the piquant chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
It's 8:39 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and I know Mona's got that last big look at news, and I know many of you are going, yeah, I'd love to find out what the latest is. Really, they stole $450 worth of beer at the gas station? You know what it is? I think even the thugs, they get it, right? Everything, they know if I got to rob the gas station, I'm not going to steal just regular stuff. I'm going to cigarettes, because those are expensive. You know, I'll steal a couple of cartons of cigarettes. I'm good for a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that when they stole the beer, I'm sure they didn't, run out of there with a whole bunch of 12 packs or something like that. $450 worth of beer. Okay, so how many Michelob Ultras is that? I'll give it. How many Three Chiefs beer is $450? Was that like 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of an expensive beer. It's really good. I really like it. But I remember I bought a 4-pack, and then I went up to the counter, and the lady says, that's $20. I said, get out of here. For $20, I can get an 18-pack of the Ultra. And she said, well, go back and get it then. Go back and get it. Anyway, so 8:40.
I actually think it was $450 and beer.
And beer. Okay, all right. Well, whatever the story ends up to be. You know what? I can.
But it's still a lot.
I can riff on that too. You know what? I'm a broadcast professional. All right. Earlier, before we get to the headlines, I wanted to get to this because it's in my head, and it's going to be Monday. I'm going to say, wow, I should have talked about this. Guahan Academy Charter Schools has got a job announcement ad in the newspaper today. Now, this. I'm looking at this going. This could be, a new leaf for a lot of people. Take Montesilva Tyron and myself. I'm sure Real Joe. There were teachers in school that you absolutely loved, and there were teachers that you absolutely hated.
Yeah.
Right? There were the administrators that you just hug them every time you see them. And then there was that one nun that you couldn't look at her. It was
only.
Like when she spoke, it's like I can see the devil in my face, right? Like that.
Sister Doris is the reason why I like to run away.
There you go. But so you get there's all of these people that had positive and negative influences, and I'm sure we all at one time or another entertain the thought, well, if I was the principal, I'd run my school this way. Or if I was a teacher, I'd run my classroom this way. I would be the guy, AV, audio, video, at least once a week.
Yeah.
We're watching a movie. Might even be Sound of Music. I could keep you over for 3 hours. The hills are alive. Do you know what I mean? There's no greater feeling than walking back into the classroom and seeing the projector, the VCR, and the movie screen
Rock
up.
and Roll High School.
Oh my God, that was so good. We would first of all grade on a curve. Number one. Number two, lowest test grade. You can eliminate that, and anybody with an A, just an A average, at the end of all of this, if you got an A going in, the finals are optional. You can take them if you want to. If you don't have to, if you don't want to. And so here's the reason why I bring it up. Guahan Academy is looking for chief operating officers, assistant principal, middle school social studies teacher.
Wow.
This would be your opportunity to just pollute the minds of kids all over Guam, right? We'd total opposite of the critical race theory.
Yeah.
Oh, so we
watch
got
Fox News every day.
Exactly. No, that would be some of the AV stuff. Personnel, office clerks. Right, office clerk. Didn't every school have just the best office clerk?
Yeah, the coolest.
It's St. Anthony. What was it? Natty? Tanny? Yeah, Natty.
You get on the intercom.
Yeah. The one that feels bad whenever you're in front of the principal. Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. All right. So school aides, teaching assistants, on-call substitute teachers, consulting resource teacher. I have no idea what that is. You need a bachelor's degree or something to get it done. I'm just saying this is a great opportunity for you to, whatever it is that you're doing, embark on a new career in education.
I believe that children are our future.
Teach them well. Let them lead the way. 8:42 in the morning, Monticello Tyrant with that big last look at news. Hoffa, how'd we do?
Well, leading the way at the legislature, the senators will go back into session at 2 o'clock this afternoon. They've got 7 bills on the agenda so far and a number of vetoed measures that could come up for override. We'll have to wait and see. Of those bills, there's one by Senator Jim Moylan that would modernize the process and penalties for those derelict buildings that are throughout the island. Session again set for 2 o'clock. And then over at the Superior Court across the street, the trial will resume for Joyner Sked, who's been charged with murder in connection with the death of UMatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. The defense has the court now and will continue with their witness calling today. And depending on the turnout tonight, it could be a regular event. Tonight's is the first Fandania that will bring together some of the island's favorite food trucks. It starts at 5 o'clock at Epau Beach Park. They are asking the public to park on the Proa side, as the other side over by the Hilton is going to be reserved for emergency vehicles. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Man, I'd love it. I'd love it if, there's certain people that we've lost over COVID that I would love to have at something like that. Big stage activity, Jimmy D, Chamrito show. Wouldn't that be awesome with the music in the background? Jim Lord doing his magic in between sets. I think that something like that would be absolutely groovy. 8:44 in the morning. See where it is tonight, and then watch it grow over the coming weeks. 8:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. Callers coming up. Okay, go ahead.
Attention Guam Power Authority commercial accounts. GPA proudly announces that our Energy Sense rebate program has just gotten bigger and better to include customers on rate schedule G and J. With GPA's Energy Sense program, commercial accounts can receive up to $350 per ton in rebates with the purchase of a qualified unit through any of our approved vendors. The GPA Energy Sense rebate program helps lower energy costs, improves energy efficiency, and saves you money. Visit us at guampowerauthority.com/energysense. Effective dates for units may vary.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
8:45 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888-TALK. Colin Clark says, no, I won't eat the pig. It's like a dependent now. It will run up to me or the patio sliding door when the wild pigs come up. Who wants to come inside when the wild ones say, hey, let me in? They're going to make me go back and join the pride. All right. They got a bunch of people hanging out. But Jim wanted to break into the conversation and take us into the weekend. Buenos Zen Holiday, Jim.
Good morning, Ray.
How you doing?
Well, these politicians, and I'm talking about you, Mr. Burrow.
Who? Wait, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about our governor, Mr. Guerrero.
Oh, that politician. Okay.
Yeah, that politician. They think that the money that they collect from taxes is their money. It's not their money. It's our money. And if they've way over collected too much of it, we could give everybody a $250 or a $500 debit card or whatever it all breaks down to. $76 million could go towards paying down our bonds and our debt service. It could go a long way towards just flat paying off a lot of our bonds and our debt service. And I'm tired of trying to keep up with it, Ray. Is the GovGuam bond rating now like a B- or something?
Oh, I forget where it is. A little over investment grade, I'm sure. But that's the case with lots and lots of governments, especially the ones that are tied to hospitality, as we are. A significant part of our economy is based on that, and a lot of governments are having a hard time with it. To the degree that they've decided to eliminate as much of the deficit as possible, there are going to be some that say, all right, that's fine. I don't recall them running on that as a a platform, as much as they were going to collect a couple of $100 million worth of outstanding obligations at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. But the point being is, gee, you picked a hell of a time to take care of that deficit. Could have used that money to help shore things up in between monies coming in from the federal government during this pandemic. But that's just me. But the other side of this is, hey, look, I'm the taxpayer. I'm with you, Jim. If the taxpayers have overpaid the government of Guam, and the government of Guam doesn't need it, I think that the government ought to rebate that money. And I've been saying so for weeks.
Oh yeah, no, I mean
Give me my money back. You don't need it. You've got federal money coming in every day. There's a check from somewhere coming in to support some program in the government of Guam, school books or food or whatever. It's Medicare, Medicaid. There's federal. Somebody put it together. It's a couple of $100 million a year worth of just here's your money from the Fed. And then COVID came along and we got $1.5 billion worth of dough on that. I'm rounding up the numbers here. And then on top of that, we've got all of the prices for everything has gone up. And that 5% now is, I figure, about 40 to 60% more revenue for the government of Guam without any additional value back to the taxpayers. Every time you pay more in liquid fuels tax or gross receipts taxes for any service or product that you buy here on Guam, the government of Guam has gotten a raise on that. As the prices go up, that BPT represents more money to the government of Guam. Okay, I'm the taxpayer. What do I get for that increase?
You got a ribbon cutting and a photo op for some stuff that should have been.
They should have already been doing. They should have already been doing. The price of milk has gone up 60%. So the BPT on that price of milk has gone up 60%. What did I get for that 60% increase in the BPT on every gallon of milk sold on Guam?
Yeah, Ray, I'm so glad you brought up the price of milk, because I kind of just stopped buying milk here for about the last month because, I mean, I'm sorry, I hear my father and I hear my grandfather, and they're like, hey, Lanya, there's principle involved here. No, we're not. No, we're not. No. And I mentioned, no, we're not going to do that. And so I just kind of stopped buying milk. And my youngest daughter, she comes to me the other day. She says, Dad, we don't have any milk for the cereal. What am I going to eat for breakfast? I said, go down to the gas station. You get 2 gallons of gasoline for less than the cost of a gallon of milk, and I said, you just put that on your cereal. I mean,
put gas on a cereal. I quit buying milk a long time ago. I just buy beer.
But
I literally have at my house. I've got 5 boxes of UHT milk, the little blue one. I don't even know who the manufacturer is, and I use that on the occasional, very rare time that I need to put milk in whatever it is that I'm cooking. Otherwise, I eschew it.
Yeah, well, we can do that and get away with it. But if I feed beer to my daughter for breakfast every morning, they're going to put me in jail, man.
What's wrong with that? No, they won't. Wait. No, they won't. Nobody goes to jail. You have to have really screwed something up around here in order to go to jail. Drug thieves, thugs, and drug dealers don't go to jail.
Yeah, but she thinks this money belongs to her, and even the money that the federal government is giving to the territory. That's for the benefit of the people.
Wait, are we still talking about your daughter? Or is that because it started, you moved over, now we're talking about Lou, okay.
Yeah, no. And she reaches out there and she says, oh, no, these funds, whatever these funds are, these, millions and millions and tens of hundreds of millions of dollars. No, these are my funds to do with as I see fit. No, they're not, Ms. Guerrero. Those funds belong to we the people, okay? They're given to the territory of Guam to be administered for we the people, not for you to have your private slush funds on the side. No, That's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, to either be her slushy money or the legislature's slushy money. I'm gonna go back and sit on the same side of the table as Donna Mila and a few other people online here this morning that are saying that there needs to be some wholesale changes now in the way things are run around here and on what we do with the money that we get. It doesn't feel like the money is going out as quickly as it should into services that we need. And I will grant, because I know that it's happening, I will grant that there are many places that where, we'd like to be able to buy this service. We'd like to be able to conduct this activity on behalf of the taxpayers on Guam, but we cannot do that because there's not enough of the businesses. I'll give you an example. There's about $15 million that was set aside to do some work from the carpet store back of the ITC building all the way to the Archbishop Circle. And they could not find the vendors to be able to handle the construction. So they've had to break that project apart into a bunch of smaller pieces, and that may or may not be the most efficient way to do that. But I mean, that in and of itself is an excuse on why some things can't get done. And I understand it. You just got to say so. But otherwise, it looks like we're sitting on a pile of money here to build a pie-in-the-sky hospital out in Fadian that nobody wants.
Yeah, no, that's another train wreck looking for a place to happen. From the engineering standpoint of it, there's absolutely, for every one reason, trumped up reason on top of that somebody could give for putting a hospital out there in that location, there's 50 verifiable reasons why it shouldn't be out there. But if you take a look at at all of the people, who are the people that own the property on the road out there? Who are the people that own the property around that particular area where they're talking about wanting? That's the motivation for wanting to put a hospital out in the middle of nowhere on one of the worst roads on the island.
Ask the people over at Ladera Tower. Ask the people over at Ladera if they want to have a hospital back there with the road situation that they've got right now. 8:55. Jim, I got to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I'd listen for you on Tall Tales later.
Have a good weekend, Rick.
You know what? My weekend started at 4 o'clock this morning, and it was great. I had a wonderful way. I had one of those dreams where a bunch of my dead relatives were in it. Those are my favorite ones because it's like they come visit me in my dreams. And my mom was lecturing me about not sweeping the side of the house.
Yeah, scolding you.
Why there's so many leaves here? What is that? Is that a beer? Is that a beer can? That's a beer can.
They never ask how you're doing, right?
Okay, well, just assume that I'm drinking beer in the side of the house. So I must be doing all right. 8:55. Plain boy sending this from the States. Don't know which state it's from, but Guam prices for gasoline are not the most expensive in the nation. We've got the $5.40 a gallon gas, 15 cents of which is a liquid fuels tax. But there are states where they've got the liquid fuels tax on top of federal taxes on top of this, that, and the other. And so there are places where you will see gasoline a whole lot more than what we're paying here. This one on screen right now talking about gas prices there for $6.10 a gallon. Yuck. Ew, get away from me with that. And you go, yeah, that's a lot of money to pay for gasoline. But I'll bet you it's someplace where they have, I don't know, a bus system. I'll bet it's someplace where maybe they've got lots of Ubers. Lots of Uber drivers and Lyfts and Grabs or whatever it is. I'm sure that it's one of those places where there are alternatives. I'll bet it's one of those places where there's a lot of sidewalks that you can walk on and skateboard on and pedal on or do whatever it is. I'll bet it's one of those places where they decided, you know what? Let's have bike lanes. Let's have bike paths for people.
Yeah.
But we don't have none of those things here on Guam. Closest thing that we got to it is if you go on the Magagaga Highway up on Teeds, and you got Cars Plus on this side, and we've got a nice little intersection there, and you've got a sidewalk that goes up the road quarter mile, maybe a quarter mile.
Good quarter mile. Right?
Yeah, it's a good quarter mile. Got that great sidewalk there, and it's on for a quarter
and
mile.
then it ends.
Abruptly, it just stops. It just stops, and you go, "What the heck?" I know guys that will, go on the side and try to make their way up to Pack Beer's place, a PCR, and then make it back down. You just go, "Why couldn't they?" And the reason why is because, well, the government of Guam that used to formerly own that property outright gave it back to the original landowners. They leased it out to a bunch of now they're slumlords essentially, all the way from there to where the old airport was. And that would have been a nice place to put something where, I don't know, where you could pedal and get down into Tumon where there might be a few more sidewalks. Oh, I know where the sidewalk begins again, on the other side of the intersection. And then you've got a little bit of a sidewalk, a little tiny sidewalk all the way down to like Home Depot, and then it ends again. This is one of those things. We'll get around to that. We'll fix that. We'll fix that later. By and by, Gibson. We'll get around. 8:57 in the morning. As I said, $6.09 a gallon. Maybe I would be a little bit more comfortable paying $6.10 a gallon if I knew some of that money was going to go and stand up a sweet, reliable, oh my God, run like a corporation mass transit system. Like it's their job to try to figure out how to make some money on all of this. I'll bet you they haven't increased the rider fees on the buses because it's one of those things. Oh, we can't do that. Look. Here's the thing. All you need to do to make it worthwhile, it'll be expensive. The price has to go up because the cost of fuel goes up. You got a driver and he's got benefits and the whole infrastructure behind all of that. We've got to maintain it. We got to buy new tires and new batteries every once in a while, just like you would have to do if you had your own car. And so, all of the things that you're not paying in your own car maintenance and car insurance and fuel and things like that need to be factored into the new price for a mass transit system here on Guam. And some people say, well, that's a terrible thing to say, and I'm sorry, but it's going to be true. The guy that is running mass transit right now is the same guy that was in charge of the Department of Revenue and Taxation and had issues resolving problems just with getting the swimming pool taken care of. I'm sure there were all kinds of other factors at play in that particular one, but I'd have a lot more confidence if, I don't know, somebody like, if Carl Gutierrez were in charge of the bus system. You know what I mean? Just like
we need
him.
to clone that guy.
We need more. Well, we did.
Many Carls.
Remind me to riff on this one of these days. I keep thinking about is where is all the hot shots in this administration, presidential and the one that we've got here. I remember back when Joanna was the governor of Guam, and Mark Forbes in there was originally the spokesperson, worked his way up to chief of staff for heaven's sakes. Where are the hot shots? Guys like Carlos Camacho had back in the 1970s helped build Guam. It just feels like we got a bunch of amateurs and flunkies running things around here. Look, the time. 10 o'clock in the morning. No, 9 o'clock in the morning. Sorry, moving fast because I think it's Friday. Oh, it is Friday. Coming up, we're going to talk about a new book out called The Leadership Journal of Micronesia. I love it because the first 3 or 4 profiles are all Republicans and guys that I've known. We'll talk about that as the program continues.
The administration is warning that Russia could still invade Ukraine within days.
We're in the window where we believe an attack could come at any time, and that it would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion.
White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. NATO allies rejected Russian assertions it was pulling back troops from exercises that had fueled fears of an attack. Russia is believed to have built up some 150,000 military forces near Ukraine's border. Saudi Arabia is signaling it is not willing to pump more oil and won't push for changes to an agreement with Russia and other producers that has kept a lid on oil production levels. That has Washington concerned as gas prices rise and tensions over Ukraine fuel market uncertainty. The full Senate is voting tonight on a measure designed to avert a partial government shutdown.
An initial procedural vote has cleared the Senate, the first step in preventing a government shutdown over the weekend. Democrats and Republicans are trying to reach agreement on a 3-week spending bill, a stopgap measure to extend current funding levels as negotiators finalize a year-long spending package. Some Republicans want votes on defunding federal vaccine requirements, and Democrats are dealing with some absences, including New Mexico Democrat Ben Ray Lujan, recovering from a stroke.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. A judge ruled today that former President Trump must answer questions under oath in New York State's civil investigation into his business practices. The judge ordering the former president, along with Ivanka and Donald Trump Jr., to sit for a deposition within 3 weeks. They were subpoenaed by New York Attorney General Letitia James as part of her office's investigation. An appeal of today's ruling is expected. America's listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nambo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
A suspect accused of shooting at a Jewish mayoral candidate in Louisville, Kentucky, is now free on bond, posted by a controversial activist group.
Quintez Brown is sprung from a Louisville jail. His $100,000 bond is paid through a fund operated by the local Black Lives Matter chapter. Brown is charged with firing shots at the campaign office of Craig Greenberg, a Democrat and a Jewish man running for mayor in Louisville. Greenberg was nearly hit. Brown has a history of making anti-Semitic social media posts. He's also a former Democratic Party political operative who pushed for gun control legislation, made appearances on MSNBC, and who used to write a column for the Courier-Journal newspaper in Louisville and was seeking a seat on the city council. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Oklahoma has executed a man for his role in a quadruple slaying in 2005. 35-year-old Gilbert Postel received a lethal injection this morning at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAllister. Amazon and Visa have come to an agreement over the credit card's use around the globe.
Visa and Amazon have settled a dispute over fees, and you can now use Visa across all of its websites and stores anywhere in the world. Late last year, Amazon revealed plans to stop accepting Visa in the UK. Customers in Australia and Singapore have been paying a surcharge to use Visa. Now that has ended. Both companies now say they have reached a broad global agreement. Visa and Amazon now also say they will collaborate on product and technology initiatives for what they're calling innovative payment experiences. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Average long-term mortgage rates rose again in the last week, approaching levels not seen since 2019. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on a 30-year loan rose to 3.92% from 3.69% last week. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but three-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match three-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
6 after 9. 6 after 9. Ray Gibson Show. Friday morning. Small talk portion, to be sure. But I'm going to enjoy this one. Like I said, there's a new book out. We'll talk about that. It helps to help out the students, Army ROTC, as it were, at the University of Guam. A bunch of guys that I'm a huge fan of. If for no other reason, because it was fun when I was a student at the University of Guam. Have these guys running around, and they were doing rappelling. And the funny thing was they would rappel from, couldn't do it off some of the other buildings, so they did it off the side at the old cafeteria, and it was kind of fun to watch. And what was really, really fun to watch was these guys that were teaching some of our, quote, most beloved teachers how to rappel down the side of a building. And it was kind of funny because you got many of these teachers that thought, okay, I can do that, and then they find themselves basically hanging upside down on the rappelling rope going, okay, I can, but I can't do it. I can't do it. It's the angle of the dangle, right?
Yeah,
I've never been able to sort all of that stuff out. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. We'll get around to talking about that in a couple of minutes. A lot of comments, one way or the other, coming in on the Facebooks and the YouTubes and whatever. We're talking with Jim about how fat, seemingly, with Doe, the government of Guam is. In conversations that I've had with guys like Jimmy Craig, says, well, if the government's sitting on a pile of money that it doesn't need right now, then they should give it back. All of these additional revenues. Now, my millionaire buddy Jim says, no. Other Jim says, that's not revenue. That's not revenue. It's taxpayer income. The government revenue comes from our pocket. It is not $76 million of extra revenue they've generated. It's $76 million, the average taxpayer's income that they have taken. If a business or private enterprise works harder, they generate extra revenue. That's not how it works with taxes. Don't disagree with that statement at all. And as I pointed out numerous times, the price of whatever widget that you buy over at the store has gone up. There was a 5% business privilege tax attached to that. It has gone up with the price. That tax has gone up with the price of that widget or gallon of milk or Michael Kors purse or whatever. It has gone up. And so when the transaction is complete, the government has made more money. The delta between what it sold for before and what it is selling for now. They've made more money on that tax. And as a taxpayer, I'd like to know what can I expect out of that additional money that you've got coming in from there? Are my roads still chalunky? Well, except for about a half a mile between the Onigiri 7 and the ITC building. Well, it's still kind of chunky there as well. They haven't filled in everything. I'm happy to see some of the work that they're doing on the old grates up and down the south side of Marine Corps Drive.
Nice job.
How about more street lights? Can we get more street lights? How about a new penitentiary for the growing number of thugs that we've got in this town? Any number of things, but ways to make me happy. They made too much money because of all the damn price increases and the ensuing increases in taxes. Nothing short of that. Just look at the GRT increase on gasoline, business privilege fuel tax. Oh yeah, all that stuff. 9 after 9, and now I might still have it around here. I was absolutely delighted to see that there's new treatments available on Guam from DPHSS, Governor's Office, whatever, and different ways that they've got that don't involve me going up and getting vaccinated. Is that Dr. George Mack was on the line?
It's Doc Mack.
From the Free Zone.
Oh, yeah.
Miami.
Costa Rica.
Dude, Costa Rica is apparently the Ukraine for brown-skinned women. That's near as I can tell. That's what I was comparing and contrasting the other day. Dr. Mack, good to have you on the line.
Half a day, Guam. Half a day, Ray and the crew.
So a quick question on some of these treatments that are now available here on Guam. There's some things in here I have not heard of, and an interesting prophylaxis that is being mentioned in this flyer that came out of Public Health. So I'm going to throw these at you, and you tell me, A, if you've ever heard from them, B, if you've ever prescribed it to somebody. You ready?
I'm ready. I haven't had a chance to check the news today. It's been busy, but there's a lot of drugs coming out. So why don't you drop a few and see if I can at least address them.
Sotrovimab.
We don't care about them now.
We don't care about them now. Sotrovimab. Try that.
Sotrovimab, I believe that what that is a monoclonal that's injectable. I'm going to take a guess on that by the last name. But, yeah, that's my guess. But, again, I'm just shooting from the hip because I haven't had time to. So many are now coming out with emergency use authorization, of which there is a story about that with PCR testing. That's important.
All right, we'll get around to that in a second. It's a monoclonal antibody infusion for treatment of non-hospitalized patients, symptomatic COVID, who do not require supplemental oxygen and are at a high risk for progression to severe COVID-19.
Yeah, and I think that family is a little bit more active against Omicron than the previous one, which has almost no activity against Omicron, just a little bit, but it's only like it's slightly better than placebo.
Okay, Paxlovid.
Again, that's a monoclonal. Once again, all these treatments were done. All these monoclonals were cleared and tested before Omicron became a dominant variant. So we're looking at the past. Once again, now they're making them in large quantities. They don't need them anymore. They're going to end up being wasted. So once again, another useless drug to add to a insignificant, at this point, insignificant disease.
All right. Well, this one here says it's an antiviral tablet. There is another capsule that you can get, molnupiravir.
Right. That's another one. It's kind of got a relationship to the HIV medication. But once again, it's just a little bit, it's not, you know, when you compare these treatments against simple drugs like hydroxy or ivermectin, I think the hydroxy and ivermectin plus would be more beneficial.
Gotcha. And one last one here. It's Evusheld, Evusheld. And another antibody infusion. But this is interesting to me because it's a pre-exposure prophylaxis. So is that something where you could go, okay, I don't want to get vaccinated. I'm not crazy about that. But maybe I'll take me some of this stuff here just in case I'm exposed to somebody. Is that the way it would work?
I think this particular compound was tested pre-exposure, all right, rather than actually treating the patient to see if there was a reduced incident. I read about it. It didn't really rock my boat, but there are, you know, what they're doing is now they're going from the useless treatments to the useless prophylactic treatments, where they just give you the medication and say, well, maybe in the course of your week or day, if you take this, let's see if there's a decreased incidence of actually developing PCR positive COVID-19, of which there's a story to that.
Right. Well, there's some interesting things that I heard. What was it? You take one thing and it might have a negative impact on your ability to stave off HIV. Are we starting to go backwards on this?
You know, I can't answer that question because there's a lot of speculation, of which there's no testing. All I'm saying is that at this point, if Omicron's a dominant and you have those symptoms, you do not need to pursue any of these remedies. If you can make it to public health and you're not lying in the hospital where they're just trying after the fact to give you something, just let nature take over. You don't need to add any. You don't need to confuse your antibodies. You don't need to confuse your body any further than it will be already with the vaccines.
All right. Now a couple of things, and just we'll go over these points. The points that we've made before, but I think bear talking about again, and that is the idea that I'm unvaccinated. I had Omicron, the Omicron variant. I survived it with flying colors. I've got a degree of immunity that should protect me. In fact, I believe should allow me back into polite society for the next 90 days.
Yeah, you have more than a degree of immunity. You have far superior immunity than you would have received from a vaccine. And right now, Omicron, it seems, gives at least laboratory immunity to all other currently known variants and previous variants and previous strains.
And 73% of us, 73% now, and these are numbers that are coming out of labs in the States. That's the new population. Is everybody has gotten Omicron, and chances are pretty good that the number is even higher than 73% because those are only the tests that they are following. I took a test that had me positive for Omicron, but I didn't have to tell anybody over at the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service. Another question that we're getting asked about is masks. Number one, masks on kids and mask mandates in general. That you and I think are on the same page that we shouldn't be masking our kids, number one, and number two, for adults in any situation, they should be optional. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. But we're not going to force it on anybody anymore.
Absolutely no masks for children or adults. At best, with the wind behind your back, there might be a 0.5% benefit. But right now, it's not worth it putting on kids. And adults, it's become kind of a cultural thing, or, you know, those girls who want to show their nice eyes or something, they can get sexy masks.
But you got ugly teeth and a smashed nose.
Yeah, I don't. You better watch what you're saying. But the fact is, some people just like them. But they're not practical. You would need I think with the S100 to make it work. Anyway, let's forget about masks. Let's even de-emphasize vaccines, and definitely monoclonals are no longer the way to go with this generation of monoclonals, because I don't think the virus will not reverse mutate unless it's going to defy nature or the lab comes up with something else. The PCR, there's some interesting news about PCR testing.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the article is 80 pages long, and it's a CDC report on the EUA given to the. I saw it this morning, and I started reading it. It now states, you know, as information's coming out about their EUA and how they defined it, that many of the PCR tests were based upon not coronavirus 19, but the upper respiratory coronavirus. In other words, they didn't have a specific test, which means that, as we discussed, many of the positive tests, since coronaviruses all mirror each other, if there was a high clinical suspicion of there being coronavirus, the tech, you can say it's positive, but the false negatives are going to be huge. So right now, again, the actual people with positive coronavirus, not just the actual people who've died of coronavirus, of which there are very, very few compared to the number, is going to drop significantly. So, you know, it may be in an order of magnitude of 50% or greater.
Wow.
In other words, the test is picking up generic coronavirus, which hangs around in our nasopharynx. So the guy that gets hit by the truck and now is positive and died with a disease, what they call it a coronavirus death, it had nothing to do with coronavirus 19.
Right. Well, the other part of that, it just changes the complexion of the case. So many people that had tested positive for COVID-19 but never showed any symptoms other than testing positive for COVID-19. That shot up the, quote, case numbers, even though it didn't eventually turn into anything that was going to be a major hazard or with a major impact on our public health systems.
Yeah, but that's pretty shocking, because how much
it sounds like, you know, it's the foundation for an incredible number of lies and lockdowns and assumptions that, as it turns out, were incorrect. I want to say I recall you suggesting there was a possibility this was going to happen.
Well, many virus families have similar DNA fingerprints, and all one has to do is run that cycler enough, and you're going to find a common, like you can run a PCR on a human against a reptile, brown snake, and eventually, if you run it enough cycles, you will see that we have similar DNA to a brown snake in a particular area. But this is, this is when you hear Dr. Fauci talk about, he always falls back on, I had a proper committee of experts basically make this decision. And this is what happens in Guam and politics and, where a committee makes a decision, so you can't hold any individual responsible for what is actually a deceptive action.
Yeah, when this is all done and we find out all of these deceptive actions, I got a feeling that the people will be held criminally accountable. 9:20 in the morning. Doc, I know you need to tease me about flying to Costa Rica over the weekend, but I don't have enough time for it. I got some guys I want to come into and some other commentary I want to get to.
Right, it was 6 days, not the weekend.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'll talk to you next week.
I know
Take care. Have a great weekend.
I appreciate your time. Dr. George Mack was on the line from Freedom Town out in not necessarily Miami, but close to it. 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Coming up, we're going to be talking about a new book, The Leadership Journal of Micronesia. I'll tell you what's in it and how you're going to get it, and talk with one of the guys that helped put it together at the University of Guam and the Guard guys. So that's coming up. ROTC guys, sorry, at the University of Guam. That's all ahead.
Hafaday, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Tumont. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5. 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Waiting on a couple of things. Number one is word from the guys over at the CDC. They're talking about making some changes to the mask guidance. Now, you might want to get into the conversation. I'm sure that there are going to be ample numbers of people saying, yeah, the science hasn't changed. The polling's changed. We got to get these masks off of people and get out from under the mask mandates, as it were, because people are tired of COVID-19. And based on what the CDC has already said about the practicality of anything other than an N95 or a respirator, it leads me to believe that regardless of whether the science has changed or the polling has changed, it certainly seems to be moving in that direction. If you are not wearing an N95, then baby, all you've got now is a decoration on your face. And as Dr. Macris points out, you know what? If you've got an ugly face, if you've got one of these, fung noses and jacked up teeth or something like that, this might be a good look for you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead. Wear the mask. Wear the mask. It is a hint, if you will, of anonymity. That's also kind of fun. So I'm waiting on that. I'm also waiting on when we're starting World War III. It could be happening any minute now. We got the guys in the Ukraine and Putin, and I don't know. We got the president running around like a chicken with his head cut off, saying, "Well, there's going to be something is going to happen if you guys invade the Ukraine." Well, what's that going to be? And I think he stopped short of saying military. And I'm going, why'd you take that off the table? I wouldn't have done that. Trumpy wouldn't have done that. 9:23. Of course, I didn't have the opportunity to go to war school. I wanted to. I wanted to go to war school, and I wanted to go to medical school, and I wanted to go to aviation school, and they didn't have all of that at the University of Guam when I was growing up. So I didn't have the chance. And even if they did, I would have been distracted by the pretty girls in the cafeteria. You know what I'm talking about, right, Major?
Well, this is Lieutenant Colonel Tom Anderson. I'm the University of Guam's ROTC's program director, and I'm just so glad to be here today to talk about the Leadership Journal of Micronesia.
I'll get around to talking about that. First, I gotta give you a hard time about
Way to
stuff.
promote him,
So
right?
so just lieutenant, right?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Okay,
Yep.
so but major is higher than that.
Major is what I was about 5 years ago.
Oh,
so now I'm a Lieutenant Colonel. Yep.
No, baby. Okay, so again, hi, my name is Ray. Never had the privilege of service. So walk me through the rank again.
Yeah,
So,
well, it's a super exciting process to be an officer in the Army. Our graduates from the University of Guam's ROTC program actually start out as second lieutenants, and then very quickly soon after, about a year and a half, 2 years after, they'll become first lieutenants. And then it's captain, and then major, and then finally lieutenant colonel is where I'm at, 20 years in service.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So I actually gave him a demotion when I called him major. All right, sorry about that. It's all of the things run together. And actually, one of the reasons why I don't have the privilege of service, one of them was I took the ASVAB, got crazy numbers on that, but I could not because of my eyes at the time going to journalism school or aviation. So I said, well, never mind that. But I did have a bunch of friends at the time that wandered one day into the ROTC office at the University of Guam, many of whom have turned that into a career and have always been happy. And I'm kind of jealous of them now because we're all the same age, and they're now retired from holding significant ranks in
it's
in
amazing.
the Army.
I mean, UOG's had the ROTC program there. It was established in 1979, so now we've got over 40 years worth of graduates. Some of them, I can tell are some of your buddies. So done great things for our country and done great things also here locally in the Guam Guard, and then after service. I know you're familiar with quite a few who have gone on to public service careers here locally as well.
Well, you've written it. There's some that have been written about in the Leadership Journal of Micronesia. I got my hands on this last week, and then I got busy and I didn't have a chance to call back and set up an interview. But I always wanted to, and because the reason is it's Leadership Journal of Micronesia, voices, names of people that we know, and this goes back several hundred years.
Yeah, and it's an exciting process. I mean, we task the cadets, say, cadets, we want you to learn about leadership from leaders from here, from Micronesia. So we got the future leaders of and from Micronesia learning about leadership from past or current leaders from Micronesia. So it's a super exciting project that we did with the cadets. And we took the best essays, ran them through an editorial review board process, ran them through the gauntlet with UOG Press and all the editing and everything.
Well, I can tell you it's gone through the English department because all the citations are there. I mean, it was, these are not just, I wrote an essay. I mean, you've got to cite, you've got to show your sources, do all of those kinds of things.
It was rigorous study. They, about half the essays have resources, primary resources from the Micronesian Area Research Center.
Yep.
They're on the campus of UOG. So these cadets worked hard. So I'm super proud of them because now you got 10 cadets who are now published authors upon graduation from college.
I wish they'd have had something like that when I was in school because I think that would be a whole lot. It would have been a whole lot more fun putting term papers together if I thought there was an opportunity to get published at the end of all of this. And so when you're talking with some of these young men and women about the folks that they have selected or elected to write about, were they given any kind of guidance at all, or was it just...
I just gave them the prompt. I said, hey, find one leader that you're interested in. Do your research. Kind of give them some sites to look at. Obviously, the majority of our students came up through the Guam school districts. So they learned about Guam history, and there were certain ones that right away when I gave the project, I know who I want to learn about. So
did you have any cases? And I'll give you an example. One of the first names that pops up in this book is from somebody that I'm happy to have in my lifetime been able to refer to as my friend Ben Bloss, General Ben Bloss, Congressman Ben Bloss, author Ben Bloss, and I knew him fairly well, and we'd have a good time together whenever we were together, and I'm delighted to see that he is on this now. Let me see here, Cadet Justin Ralph Kayading from the School of Health was writing about this. But I'm sure that he had to Indian wrestle a bunch of guys to be able to earn the right to write about Ben Bloss.
He was actually the first one that came on board. We made sure all the cadets were researching different individuals.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the naming of Camp Blas after Ben Blas.
I would have written about Ben. I knew him.
And that's what's so great about this project is now these cadets have helped to not only educate themselves, but now they've kind of cemented in time this artifact that 100 years from now when we're all gone, people will still know about Ben Blas, Agata Johnston, but maybe there's some more obscure people that we kind of helped. Now the future cadets will be able to learn about those individuals.
Why did we name it Ben Bloss? Why did we name it Camp Bloss? Well, here's the reason. The other reason why I'm excited about the book is, and I don't know if you did it on purpose, but it looks like about the first 3 or 4 of the big names in here are Republicans, and I thought that was great. We got Ben Bloss, Vicente Blas, Felix P. Camacho, who is wound up being the governor of Guam for 8 solid years, and then you've got right after him. Michael W. Cruz, Dr. Cruz, who was also a lieutenant governor of Felix Camacho for 4 of those 8 years. So likewise Republican, and it goes back and forth with a whole bunch of names. I see Eddie Duenas in here and all of this stuff. So my classmate Rod Leon Guerrero, a leader amongst leaders, Adam Mac Pangilinan writes about my classmate Rod Leon Guerrero.
Yeah, and Adam had a great time because he got to do obviously an interview with Rod Leon Guerrero and get that first person kind of understanding about what motivated him, especially in his development as a leader, not just all the great things that he did, as the tag here for Guam, and he continues to serve the community. So.
All I'm going to say is it's a good thing he didn't interview me, and don't ever interview him about me because we know all of each other's dark secrets. 9:30 in the morning. Just a handful of names. There are some very, very important names. Angel Santos has been written about in this, Hurao, and so many more. This will take you an afternoon to read and an opportunity to learn about some of the people that have worn uniforms here on Guam or have otherwise influenced the community. But it's not all guys either.
Nope. We got women who have served the island and off the island. Susan Pangilinan, she was actually Department of Defense named her female essentially officer of the year.
Wow.
1 year. So you have individuals who serve the island, who serve off island, but the common thread through all of them is the leadership that they show and leadership that was developed here in Guam and Micronesia. They didn't have to go off island, to become great leaders. They could learn about and practice their leadership here in Micronesia and on Guam.
I'm delighted to see Agata Johnston's name in there and to look back at somebody who defined the nature of rebellion for Chamorro, that is Magalahi Hurao from the Spanish Chamorro Wars. So somebody actually did the mark homework to go in and do the research.
Absolutely. John Chris Caton spent a lot of time there in the mark trying to get his story right, get the history right. And UOG Press, is actually located right there at the UOG office of the Mark. So they kind of work together to help kind of promote, not just the history of the region, but also to produce new scholarship, that continue to tell the story of the great region that we have here and the leaders.
There are, and unfortunately, as has been the case, whenever there is a conflict, Chamorros are often called to defend our nation and our principles in these conflicts. One of them was a fellow named Henry Officiar, and I know, number one, that there is one of these papers that were written about him, a journal on his leadership in there. But there were other are other things that they have said about him towards the end of the book. Almost a dedication, if you will.
Right. So Henry Officiar actually was a product of our program. He's the first and only UOG ROTC graduate to have died in combat. He died in Afghanistan serving his country. So I was actually the one who wrote the essay on Henry St. Nicholas Officiar. So I got to interview his sister, and really what I wanted to, he's such an inspiration for our cadets. And his life, his legacy, his volunteerism. He actually volunteered for that assignment when he got deployed to Afghanistan. He didn't have to go, but he volunteered, wanted to serve his country after 9/11. We're just so proud of him. So before all the people who knew him are gone, I wanted to make sure that this story, his life, got solidified here and is now a part of history.
Were you able to listen to cassette tapes or MP3s or videos of him while he was alive? Maybe downrange?
I did not get to listen to those. I did contact a lot of the individuals who served with him at the time, and were contemporaries with him.
This is modern day.
One who's
modern
actually
day warrior.
a brigadier general now. Who was best friends with him when they were financed, just young captains. Serving together actually in Europe at that time. And, it was just so interesting as I interviewed people who knew him throughout different eras, almost, decades. They all said the same things about him. So he was very consistent in his character.
It's a great book, well written. Like I said, it's not going to take you a long time to get through, and you can pick and choose which particular leaders you want to read about and in what order. It should be available everywhere, right?
Yep, it's actually at UOGpress.com. It's only $10, so it's obviously free shipping if you pick it up from the UOG press office in Manguilao on the University of Guam. So $10, not a lot of money, but it's something that you'll be able to, I think, treasure and cherish and share the stories of our great leaders from Micronesia.
I attended Father Duenas Memorial, and on the cover of the book is Father Duenas in a traditional pose. 9:33 in the morning. I got to ask you other questions about all of this. It's Volume 1, 2022. Wait, I got to put my glasses back on to read that. 2021. I'm sorry.
We just published it right before the turn of the new year, so we put 2021 on it.
So have you assigned now the writing?
Yeah. So Volume 2, the students actually that are current seniors in our program just finished their essays last semester. I gave them feedback now this semester on another grade on their revision, and now they're going to start going through the editorial review board process. There's 3 PhDs at UOG.
Wow.
That will read through their essays and decide which 10 or 11 out of the 20 that have been completed are going to make the next journal.
Okay, but they've already been written. The people have already been selected.
Now we're hoping to be able to launch by July.
That's going to make it that much more difficult here for the 2023 version of it, where you're going to have new seniors that are going to write new essays about great leaders in this community that aren't in the first 2 books.
Yep. So and that's great because now we really get to explore the broad depth of leaders that have been a part of what Micronesia and Guam have produced.
Now, and obviously they don't all have to have come up from a military or political background.
No, absolutely not. I mean, obviously Angel Santos did some time in the Air Force. You have Agata Johnston. She was not military. Obviously, her husband was in the Navy. And then Felix Camacho, the primary contributions for him, were as governor, at least the most important.
It could be some real, and there are people like right now that are thinking in their heads, if you had the opportunity, who would you write about? I mean, we've gone over the names on number 1, and we'll talk about the names in number 2 one of these days. But think about where you are, somebody that you've run into sometime in your life, or somebody that you've heard of who was maybe a big shot on Guam in the last part of the first part of the last century, that maybe could use a little bit of attention, maybe some unsung heroes in the world of leadership.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see what Volume 2 ends up being. Yep. And right now at UOG ROTC, we're actually going through the scholarship process for the fall semester.
Saw that. I have a copy of that. I can put that up on the screen so everybody can see it. It says, what's that? Is the UOG logo and Army ROTC scholarships, 2 to 3 year scholarships available starting fall semester 2022, $5,000 per semester, $600 for books, which is where they get you. They get you on the books. And $420 a month for a stipend. Apply today, because it looks like that's the deadline for the best opportunity. And if you want information on how to do that, the email for Tom is on. You guys got a Facebook or Instagram?
We do got Facebook.
TikTok?
It's facebook.com. The tag is just UOGROTC, so super easy to remember. And then, honestly, everybody who is interested in a scholarship or joining ROTC in the fall, you can just email me directly at thomas.anderson@triton.uog.edu.
Okay. So is this, if I apply for this scholarship and I get decent grades and I make the money and everybody's happy, does this require me to take an oath of office after graduation and continue to serve in the country?
So JROTC, I know everybody's familiar with the high school version of ROTC. That's all about creating great leaders and great citizens. When you get to the college level, the ultimate outcome is obviously doing the same thing, creating great citizens, people who want to serve their country and their island, but also eventually making them into Army officers. So the first year in ROTC, your freshman year, there's no commitment. We're really there just to teach you. No pressure. What is it like to be an Army officer?
Right, and you can smoke and drink in the clubhouse.
And then, also all our classes are free. So you're going to pay a certain amount of money for an English or a math class as a freshman. All our OTC classes, all 4 years are free, and it's you still get it's a 3-credit class, so you still get it still goes towards your GPA, but ultimately we have fun, So we fought really hard throughout the pandemic to continue to be able to do things face to face. And we'll continue to make the best opportunities available to our cadets to become great leaders.
What year does my commitment begin? When do I raise my right arm?
Well, I know there's a big incentive, not just for the adventure, for the service, for the education.
No, I want number one. I want to go in as an officer, and in fact, I'd like to start off as a general. You just tell me what courses I've got to get good grades in, so I can become a general. But I think the other fun part of this is when I was a kid, there wasn't a whole lot of Army on Guam at all. Somebody at the University of Guam right now has an opportunity to rub shoulders with real Army men and women that are here on Guam for a variety of reasons, including standing up the THAAD missile system.
Yeah, that's right. So there is some active duty personnel, Army, that are on island right now, including the THAAD unit. And all the instructors at UOG-ROTC are active duty. So, and actually one of our instructors, Captain Jesse Lee Fontanilla, is actually a 2017 graduate of the UOG-ROTC program. So they brought him back, and he's an exciting addition to our program. He teaches all the freshmen.
All right. Now, is there a guarantee after ROTC that I will graduate with more than a couple of stripes on my shoulder?
Well, everybody who graduates from our program and commissions becomes a second lieutenant. So that's the very first officer rank. Okay. And with all the available incentives and the housing and all that stuff, you're seeing about $65,000 compensation with the full pay and everything for a 22-year-old for most of our cadets.
That ain't so bad.
Super exciting. For me, coming from a very humble background, farming community, single-parent household, $65,000 was a lot of money when I commissioned.
Okay, so that background that you have, and all of a sudden you find yourself diving and hiking and goofing off on Guam, being able to, 3 minutes away from the beach from pretty much anywhere you are, and behind your shop you've got Marine Lab, which is a great place to go and sunset and hang out and have a couple of beers at the end of the day. So that's got to have been something great. I mean, whenever we think about this, now it's a conversation I'm having with my daughter. She's got outstanding grades, and she ought to be able to nail a scholarship to all kinds of different places. But some of her interests lie in places where, if you spend some time with somebody in an ROTC shop at a college that you go to, a lot of those expenses and experiences will come to you at no charge.
Yeah, that's right. And every summer we're sending our cadets off island. All the juniors before they become seniors have to go to Fort Knox, Kentucky for 45 days.
Oh, that's
for
awful! Oh my
rigorous
God.
training. And it's cool because they get to meet ROTC cadets from across the country.
Yeah, but it's at Fort Knox.
Anytime off island is definitely and it's great because the thing about our cadets is they get in the program and they start to understand, wow, challenge and sacrifice is rewarding.
Yeah.
So to be able to go out and prove themselves is awesome. And we also send our cadets to aerosol, airborne training, jump out of airplanes.
There was the other part. See, that's what I've said. Two things: general and airborne. You ever watch what's the
Stripes?
Not Stripes. No, it's the one with Martin Sheen in it. Apocalypse Now.
Oh yeah,
that's the guy that I want to be. I want to be.
Smell of napalm.
You've already got the haircut. You got the. No, anyway. So, but I'm sorry. I'm having a good time with the conversation because there's so much. Let me see if I can switch gears because it sounds to me like the University of Guam is a great place to have an Army ROTC program. Obviously, you're on Guam, and we've got Air Force over there. We got the Navy over here. We're going to have Marines here. You got the THAAD guys running around. So, for all intents and purposes, this is a very military-friendly town. What's it like for your counterparts at some of the lefty colleges that we've got all across the country, where everything is about gender equity and critical race theory and no to militarization and that kind of thing? What are your thoughts, as I said, about your opposite numbers that have to go someplace where they're actually protesting to get rid of ROTCs?
Yeah, and I'm obviously not stationed where some of my peers are at those programs, so I can only really talk about my experience here. And I can just tell you, being here on Guam, my family, we love it so much. Such a welcoming community and so patriotic, and I think that's such a blessing, during these times to have a community that fully supports the ROTC program, our ROTC cadets, and really believes in their future. And the great part about being in our program is you can either choose to go active duty and you try and work hard so you get the high scores so you can choose active duty, or you can also choose to become an officer in the Guard or the Reserve and stay on island or in Micronesia. We have about 25% of our students actually are from the CNMI. So if they want to stay here locally and serve in the Guam Guard, that's really one of the main benefits of having Army ROTC on the island is now we can also fill the ranks of the local Army National Guard units.
Is there a Guard Guy web page where you are interacting with other fellows in your category that similar challenges but different outcomes and things like that around the country? I want to go back to the story about lefty colleges and things like that where they really do make it a challenge for students to still love America. I mean that's got to be a problem. I mean, are there ways that you can interact with those other members of your community?
Well, I actually serve in the same brigade where there's other lieutenant colonels just like me.
Yeah.
But I got to be honest, I'm so focused on what we're doing here that I really don't get much feedback from that perspective.
Yeah, I just want a list of colleges I don't want my daughter to go to. So I just,
I can tell you one.
Send me that offline.
I can tell you one where it would be great for her to go to is UOG, and I've seen not just within the ROTC program, but you see in the journal there, it shows all the different degrees and colleges within UOG that our students actually get their degrees from, our cadets. So we have cadets who are mathematics majors, we have cadets who are criminal justice majors, we have cadets who are biology majors. So whatever you want to major in, that's what you do as a cadet. But then you also just take these additional ROTC classes, which sometimes actually counts for electives for your degree path. So UOG, their academics are really strong, especially compared to the rest of the country.
So can I make it through the University of Guam, get a degree there, and then I'm a member of the Army. Obviously, I'm going to raise my right hand, swear in, and we're going to do a couple of other things. But can I continue to go to school under as a member of the armed forces and go to a terminal degree in whatever it was I was studying, or get another degree in something else?
Yeah, so a typical officer will plan out his or her career, and you always make sure that before you retire, if you're going to be in a full career, you've gotten your master's. So, for instance, I got my master's at Old Dominion University while I was serving, and that was the Army then sent me to West Point, and I taught at the military academy for 2 years. And then now I'm also using that master's degree.
I'm sorry, you didn't send me your curricula vitae here. You taught at West Point?
Yeah, I taught at West Point for 2 years. I got a master's in English, so I taught freshman English and also mentored the cadets there at West Point. So I'm able to bring that experience. I'm able to bring that degree that I got also to our program to teach the cadets that, it's not just about getting that bachelor's degree and you're done. But it's a lifelong experience of learning, constantly educating yourself.
And if you can get Uncle Sam to pay for it, even better.
And that's part of the benefits, honestly, of being in the military. There's always this positive outlook towards education and continuing to try and reach the heights that you can and get further degrees.
See, you've talked me into it. Where do I sign? Where do I sign up? I'll be 60 in May. So tell me what we've got, and I can go. I can go to the University of Guam for free. So in addition to the scholarship, most of the other crap that I'd have to pay for
we're too old, Ray.
is free. What do you mean we're too old?
Yeah, there's
You're
a cutoff.
ageist. No. That's not.
I always encourage everybody. There actually are waivers for certain types of things, medical situations or age.
Or age, right?
So
we need a guy. We need a guy. We need a talk show guy. We need somebody.
Yeah.
Well, I want to be able to just kind of look at people over at Denfos and say, "I'll teach you about journalism."
I think Robin Williams gave you a great example of what you could do for the military. If that's something you want to pursue. In his great movie.
Well, no, I actually Stripes. You brought up Stripes, and that's maybe the best Army movie of all time. 9:46 in the morning. I'm really glad that you came by, and I hope you get a chance. I hope this turns into something regular, because it sounds like you've got a program that you're enjoying right now. You're sticking to it, and you've got some other things that you want to encourage folks to learn more, not just about the University of Guam, ROTC programs and opportunities for our young people in the Army.
Yeah, and absolutely. If anybody's interested in being a part of the program, you don't have to have been in JROTC in high school. You don't have to have been an athlete. We'll teach individuals, how to do PT and physical fitness and all that stuff. Just give us a call at 671-858-ROTC. Pretty easy for you, 858 ROTC 7682, and we'd be glad to have anyone join our program.
And by all means, swing by the University of Guam Press and grab a copy of this. Know that there is another one that is in the works right now, Volume 2, before too much longer. And if you've got kids at the University of Guam, encourage them to talk with Lieutenant Tom and others there about the ROTC program and see if it's a right fit. Might not be for everybody. The Army is not for everybody, and everybody is not for the Army.
Yeah, and I just say, hey, just try it out. The classes are free, so why not just do it? And no pressure from our standpoint, because we want people to be officers who understand what it means to be an officer first, and then who passionately want to serve their soldiers in the country.
Now, I'm a delicate question here. When I was a kid, and they just started the program, and as you say, at 79, I was studying at the university at 80, 81, and at the time, a lot of the guys in the ROTC were just that, guys. Tell me about the role for women in the Army ROTC at the university.
It's open to all genders, so men and women are definitely welcome to apply. I actually just came from, we were doing our field training this morning. So I had to switch my uniform real quick and race on over here. But, we had all the men and women cadets in the field, training. It started to rain on us, so we're just, okay, just keep going.
Okay,
fun.
But it's the same, though. I got to do 100 push-ups. She's got to do 100 push-ups, right?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, there's different standards for different types of tests. There's all kinds of, tests that we go through, both physical, mental, intellectual, even moral tests that we put them through.
Oh, that's
what would their decision-making be like in certain situations? And, it's just great because, last year we had a cadet who was a female who was our top cadet, our cadet battalion commander.
Isn't that great?
Actually, the last 2 years. So both men and women, we welcome everybody to the program, and I mean, it's just amazing, the quality of cadets that we get.
I don't disagree with you. A long, long time ago, my dad described to me, the challenges are opportunities in work clothes, and in this case, they're opportunities in uniforms for the Army. And I'd be highly encourage a lot of people, if you don't know what it is that you want to do in your life, that's a good place to park until you figure it out.
That's right.
And then they will show you what the world looks beyond those green doors. 9:49 in the morning. Lieutenant Tom, I appreciate you coming by. You're going to be back again soon, so I'm not going to do one of those hail and farewell things. But I do need to take us into the break. The last break of the program, it's 9:50 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with a fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacked high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the pecan chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. Conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
$9:51 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Probably should have been a little bit more direct when I was talking about girls in ROTC. Are there girls in ROTC?
Yes.
And apparently the answer is yes, but apparently they can kick my ass because they're battalion commanders or something like
I
that.
can do more push-ups than you, Ray.
Well, anybody can do more push-ups with me. I just appreciate the challenge. Anyway, closing in on the weekend. Fendania tonight down in at the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park, a.k.a. EPAL. Fun starts about 5 o'clock. There's going to be food trucks there, Carabao there. Dennis Larson's going to be slinging some bees. Where'd you say Tom Poole was on? What line?
Line 2.
Line 2. Let me get the...
Dr. Tom Poole.
Dr. Tom Poole is going to be down there. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Yes, sir. Good. Thank you. I just wanted to call and chime in on what a great program ROTC is, how great it was for me, because I was on an athletic scholarship and was broke and wanted to drop it, and I picked up an ROTC scholarship and knew I was never going to stay in the Army. I just needed the money. And but, of course, I stayed 25 years, fell in love with it, and it was great. But the most important thing was, I've said this a million times, Ray, that I think the most important classes I had in college were those ROTC classes. At the time, I just considered them an easy A every semester because, it's leadership 101, leadership 202, leadership 303. But those leadership classes were just fantastic in teaching you, how to be a boss. And so I think even if you don't ever want to go in the Army, just take those ROTC classes, and you're going to be a better manager. You're going to be better at whatever you do. So I just don't think you can possibly lose, even if you don't go into the Army.
Well, I've been threatening ever since I got to be a senior citizen to return to college and maybe take a few courses. And it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like they would not let me in because of my age. No reason why I could not, just sit in and marvel at some of these leadership courses, because I intend to live and work for a lot longer and maybe pick up some great leadership advice from these folks at the Army ROTC. I'm glad you called. I'm going to send you a copy. Now, you had mentioned when we were talking about feral pigs the other day, you were talking about this thing and the pig brig trap system. And my buddy,
I sent it to you.
Right. Okay. Now you sent me. You didn't send me the one that I've got this morning, are you? Did you? Because I think
maybe not.
I got another video. It's playing right now, and it's showing off the system, the pig brig, et cetera, how easy it is to set up, and how successful you can be catching the pigs. But apparently, according to the guy that sent it to me, and they mention this here, the idea for the pig rig came from traps here on Guam. It was developed based on a pig trapping process that we've apparently got here.
No, that's entirely true. Yes, and I know the veterinarian that was behind that. And in fact, I talk to him almost every day. But no, that's entirely true. It was developed here with USDA money.
I'll be darned. And now you can, I suppose you might be able to order this directly from the Pig Rig Company and put it out in your backyard and catch some pigs. And if you get to keep them and eat them, good, congratulations. Otherwise, give it to somebody, let them dispatch it and take it all the way out. I think it's kind of a fun. I'm wondering if I can buy one of these rigs from eBay, Amazon.
They're a little expensive. My family bought one. I didn't even know it, but my family bought one late last year, because we have tremendous pig numbers in Oklahoma. And they said it works great, but not surprisingly, the pigs get smart. And so they won't go in there anymore. And so you have to kind of wait for new pigs to migrate through the area that aren't familiar with the system. So it won't just keep working every day.
Well, but you can move them. You can move them. So we get one of these things and we'll put it down in a buddy of mine in Assen has got a place, and he's constantly got pigs rolling through there. So we'll stick it down there, catch some of those pigs, do something else with them, and then we'll take it out behind Collins Clark and catch the pigs that gave us Ray.
They're a little over $2,000 plus shipping. So they're not real.
American Rescue Plan money.
There you go.
Well, just have what's her name? Your boss over at Department of Agriculture, Chelsea. Have Chelsea show her a copy of that and tell her we need a whole bunch of those for the mayors. And it might take a bite out of the problem, but as you know, I mean, there's some vertical on this thing here. So we catch the pigs; they're no longer an issue in this part of the village, and then we take the pigs, give them to the mayors, have the mayors dispatch them, and hand out the meat to poor people. And there's other that can be done for a couple of $1,000s. I think that's easy money.
I think so too. Hey, quickly, Ray, I wanted to brag on my replacement.
Go ahead.
A couple of nights ago, not last night, night before, remember Donald, Aganya Heights, had a goat that was in dystocia, stuck in labor, and she had a breech baby in there, and I could not fix it. My hands were just too big. Her pelvis was too small. I could not get that baby turned. And I called my relief, Dr. Turner, who has very small hands and very strong arms, and she was able to get beyond the brim of the pelvis, turn the baby around, get it out, save the mom's life. The baby had been long since dead, but so there's advantages sometimes to having women around. You probably didn't know that.
I've never, the concept has baffled me. Having women around, there's an advantage to that. I'll ponder that over the course of the weekend and sample as many different versions as possible.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
I'll see you soon. 9:57. I tried to make it come out differently, but I just couldn't. What can I say? Where do we end? Where do we take the world? What a big week this was. I don't know about you. I was thinking about that this morning because it'll hit me every once in a while. Oh my God, it's Friday. As it does today, and you think about where you were this week. Monday was an interesting day for a lot of reasons. Super Bowl and Valentine's for whatever, and then we make it through to where we are. In the back of the entire week has been this reverberating kind of a drone in my head. It's not, unfortunately, my own voice. It's just all of the world activities that are going on. I've spent way too much time on Twitter and watching things on YouTube. Probably unhealthy for me. It puts you in a dark place. So I'm going to make this pledge to you. And that is, I think maybe I'm going to do my best to stay away from as much social media as possible over the weekend. Facebook's all right. Messenger's all right. Twitter just seems to be in a real dark place between everything that's going on between the Ukraine and Russia and the United States. And there's China in there and Taiwan. And if you spend too much time thinking about it, you'll just worry yourself into a vat of butter, like in that old story. Having said that, though, hope that you and I get a chance to see each other. There's going to be some crazy fun and frivolity somewhere over the weekend. It will begin tonight over at EPAL Beach. So first, that's the first spot that I'm going to see you. Not sure what my Saturday is going to be looking like. I know I got to get some yard work in, and maybe even iron a few more shirts with collars and buttons, because everybody was chiming in, even Annette out in California. And she's married. It's like, hey, that's a nice shirt you got there, buddy. I'm just saying, I might get in a little bit more of that ironing here in the next couple of days. It's a minute away from the top of the hour, and let you know what's going to be happening here in the radio station. Brian Kilmeade, the usual bunch of right-wing flamethrowers are going to be on the radio all day today until 4. And then you've got the ultimate, that's his honor, Bob Klitsky and Tall Tales. That's going to be happening, like I said, about 4 o'clock this afternoon. He'll take you into the weekend, and I think we're all going to have a good time with all of that. His interpretations of some interesting stories that are floating around these days. The thing that Frank Bloss and I were talking about with exemptions, maybe that will come up there, and the idea that there are multiple 10-foot poles out there in the government of Guam. I'll leave you with this. It was up on the screen for a second, but I just think it's hilarious. A zoo has separated 5 parrots. Somebody taught them to say, "Let's go, Brandon." And apparently, somebody didn't think it was funny. Can you imagine the Karen running around going, those birds are saying, "Let's go, Brandon." 10 o'clock in the morning, the radio station's KUSG. I got you for Real Joe Montesilva Tyron and Jerry Roberts. My name is Ray, saying have a great weekend. Here's the news.
In Fox News. A judge in New York today ordering former President Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Donald Trump Jr. to sit for depositions requested by New York's Attorney General.
Letitia James wants their testimony in her civil investigation into the Trump Organization's finances, namely the values they placed on certain properties and whether those those values were false or misleading. Attorneys for Trump argued that this effort to compel his testimony is unprecedented, that James is working with the Manhattan District Attorney in a criminal investigation. The Attorney General's office confirmed to the judge they are pursuing a criminal investigation. The judge said the former president could just plead the fifth, he said, like his son Eric did 500 times during a deposition in this same case.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The Senate tonight approving a short-term federal spending bill that will avert a partial government shutdown tomorrow night. That measure will keep the government operating for 3 weeks while talks continue on a long-term spending plan. President Biden's top diplomat presented evidence of a growing Russian threat against Ukraine at the UN today.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the United Nations Security Council Russian troops are not moving away from Ukraine's border and military assets remain in place for a massive assault.
We believe these targets include Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million people.
President Biden told reporters the risk of a Russian invasion is very high. Russia has denied it has plans to invade Ukraine, but is looking for security assurances from the U.S. and NATO allies.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. Hundreds of truckers clogging the streets of Canada's capital stood their ground today and blasted their horns as police threatened to break up the nearly 3-week protest against the country's COVID-19 restrictions. Police continued negotiating with the protesters, trying to persuade them to go home. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist, and I'm inviting you to join a new conversation with the smartest thinkers out there about the country and where we're going. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast. You can subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you download your podcasts. This new show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me. Subscribe to the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to FoxNewsPodcasts.com.
The Labor Department is out with a mixed report on the nation's job market.
More people signed up for unemployment benefits last week. New claims rose to 248,000. Economists were predicting a decline in new claims, continuing the trend in recent weeks, though fewer people were still receiving benefits in the latest report. Continuing claims dropped to 1.59 million. Economists are expecting layoffs to remain low as companies attempt to fill a record number of job openings during a labor shortage. Ginny Cosolda, Fox News.
Average long-term U.S. mortgage rates jumped again this week, approaching levels not seen since 2019. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac today reporting the average rate on a 30-year loan reached 3.92%. That's up from 3.69% the previous week. A Florida woman is accused of using COVID relief funds to hire a killer.
Jasmine Martinez is accused of hiring a hitman to kill a TSA employee who dated her ex-boyfriend and paying the gunman with money from a federal PPP loan. The gunman reportedly shot and killed LaShante Jones, wounding her 3-year-old son in a broad daylight attack outside her Miami apartment in May of last year. According to the arrest warrant, Martinez withdrew around $10,000 in the days before the shooting after receiving a $15,000 loan from the federal government to help her single-employee beauty salon. Also arrested, the gunman, Javon Carter, and Ramil Robinson, the man who arranged the hit. CJ Papa, Fox News.
U.S. auto safety regulators have launched another investigation of Tesla, this time tied to complaints that its cars can stop on roads for no apparent reason. The government says it has more than 350 complaints from owners about phantom braking in Tesla's Models 3 and Y. The probe covers about 416,000 vehicles from the 2021 and 2022 model years. No crashes or injuries were reported. I'm Rich Dennison, and this is Fox News.
Securing America.
The Senate Armed Services Committee voting Tuesday to advance the nomination of Army Lieutenant General Michael Eric Kurilla as the next commanding general of U.S. Central Command. Kurilla currently leads the Army's 18th Airborne Corps at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. He's in Germany overseeing